Long Quangtian had died for him. Long Quangtian had died for him. Kneel for him. He had no choice but to take revenge. Moreover, King Yama was despicable and shameless. His sinister and despicable appearance made Long Fei feel extremely unhappy. Also, there was another reason. King Yama was the boss, the strongest boss in the underworld. If Long Fei didn't kill him, it would be boring even if he left, so he had to kill King Yama no matter what. However, he had one more important thing to do before that. Find Xie Qin. This was the reason why he came to the underworld, and he had to fulfill it. This was also his promise to Xie Qin and the other female disciples of Evil Sound Sect. He did not want to disappoint them. Thinking about Evil Sound Sect, Long Fei felt a chill in his heart. I wonder what happened to them first? As for Li Yuanba and Arhut, they don't know what's going on either. I hope you're all okay. In another place, Evil Sound Sect. Achio, Achio. Who's thinking of me? I missed you so much. Hurry, that 10,000 Blade Sect person is charging up again. Arhut said disdainfully. Li Yuanba's eyes turned cold. Motherf *Ker, it has already been 10 months, wouldn't it only end with death? I will definitely cripple them today. 10 months. For the next 10 months, the so-called orthodox sects continued to besiege the Evil Sound Sect. All of them wanted to snatch the Evil Sound Sect S, and this was the place with the densest amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. These second-rate sects were just cannon fodder. The people who truly wanted to get their hands on this place were the big sections. They were the masterminds. However, they didn't appear. Because Long Fei being able to kill the 7 great demon sects was something that they were afraid of, but for an entire 10 months, since Long Fei destroyed the Blood Sea sect, he had not appeared again. Will he die? Maybe. With the death of that brat Long Fei, the Evil Sound sect would no longer pose any threat. No matter what, we have to send more people to take care of this place before the new year. This is our best gift to the Heaven sect. Hong Tianjuan's grand wedding. Ha ha. The current power of the Heaven sect surpasses Nantian sect. If we perform well, we might become a branch of the Heaven sect in the future, ha ha. Tell our brothers to work harder, we must take down the Evil Sound sect, there is only one mountain left. The 7 great demon sects were quickly overrun. The sects that had been occupied quickly followed the sections. Among them, there were 4 sects that had followed the Heaven sect, and the Devil sect that they had taken over was also quickly taken over by the disciples of the Heaven sect. With these places where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was richer, the Heaven sect's power had increased by leaps and bounds over the past year. As long as they could take down the Evil Sound Sect S, the Heaven sect would basically become the overlords of the southern domain, completely surpassing their former number 1 sect, Nantian sect. It was all because of one person, Hong Tianjun. All because of his influence. The title of number 1 genius of the South Horizon region had tremendous influence. Gu Hun stood at the top of the mountain, seeing the countless disciples charging towards him from the Evil Sound Peak. His brows knitted tightly, and thought to himself, Long Fei, where did you go in the end? Wild Ghost's expression was also very ugly as he said, Old soul, all the things that we have done in the past few years have all gone to waste. There is basically no hope for the devil race to rise again. Sigh. The era of the South Horizon region's demons is completely over. As the 2 demon elders, they had already lost their confidence in the future of the demon race. They looked at Li Yuanba and Arhut, and this made them feel gratified. Underworld. With a smile she replied, You're the boss, the boss. I just want to go out and take revenge for my mother. I also want to find that person and ask him why he abandoned us and why he wants to kill us. At this moment, one of the imps walked into the yard and said loudly, Boss, the sect master has gathered everyone. He has an urgent mission, you. Crack. The toilet was still being bombed. The little ghost pinched his nose and shook his head as he sighed. Boss, why do you have to go through so much trouble? Forget it. I'll go ask for a leave of absence for you. If you go like this, I'm worried that the sect master will beat the shit out of your ass. The kid shook his head and sighed. He turned around and was about to leave. The evil ghost wanted to call out to him, but he was too exhausted to even make a sound. Long Fei slightly said, "It seems that King Yenluo still does not know our position. All right then. Tianling, before I kill King Yenluo, I want to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" Long Fei said, "This is my purpose in going to the underworld, to find my sister's 3 souls and 7 souls." The heavenly spirit asked again, "Who is your sister?" "Maybe I do." Long Fei rolled her eyes at him. Although she did not want to die, she still said it out loud, "Xie Qin." The man shook his head and said, "I don't know him." At this moment, the lady on the bed muttered, "Xie Qin, big sister? Could it be that you are Long Fei?" Long Fei rolled his eyes as he looked at the girl who was a little retarded on the bed. Other people would say that no one would come to save her even if she had a broken throat, but she actually kept on shouting, "Break your throat, break your throat." However, hearing the woman say this, he immediately asked, "You know my sister?" The woman said, "We did. We died on the same day. She kept on telling me that she had a very handsome younger brother. He was the best younger brother in the world." Long Fei's heart was ignited with hope. He immediately went forward and asked, "Where is she?" As long as he could find Xie Qin, he no longer had any misgivings. The woman muttered, "You don't know? They were captured by the members of the Oxhead gang, and I was also captured at that time. As for where, I don't know." "The Oxhead gang? King Yama." Long Fei's heart trembled and thought to himself, "Looks like you already knew my purpose for coming to the underworld." Hearing Long Fei's words, the sky spirit's face secretly changed. "Mother." Finished. He didn't stop at all, directly becoming a beam of light and flying towards his mother's residence. Long Fei didn't even have the time to stop him. "Thank you." Long Fei thanked the woman and untied the rope in her hand. Then, he followed her out of the room and went to the toilet and asked, "Where is the main rudder of the Oxhead gang?" When the evil ghost heard Long Fei's voice, it huffed and puffed and said, "Brat, you're dead. If you dare to provoke this daddy, I will." Long Fei picked up a big rock and blew it into the latrine. Bam! The evil spirit's buttocks were full of black maggots. Long Fei shouted, "Are you telling me or not? Damn you! I say, is that not okay?" The evil ghost wanted to die. "It's in the biggest courtyard on the east side of the city. You can see it immediately," Long Fei asked coldly. And then, with a move of his right hand, the dragon salure landed on his hand. With a slash of the blade, it shattered the latrine and the evil ghost instantly fell into the latrine. It directly submerged his head and started to crazily shout inside. =semi/floating life plus. Long Fei also turned into a ball of light and rushed to the east side of the city. At this moment, the woman walked over to the latrine and picked up a large stone from the ground and threw it down one by one. "Call out. No one will be able to save you even if you scream until your throat breaks." The evil ghost shouted, "Break your throat? Break your throat." Chapter 38_8419/2356801. Search the entire city. Search the entire city. As long as you find traces of that kid, come back and report. Understood? Understood. The Oxhead gang's plaza was filled with thousands of evil spirits. Oxhead frowned and said, "Whether or not you can become the deputy city lord is up to you." Before he could finish his words, boom! A ray of light descended, directly turning the main gate of the Oxhead gang's courtyard into ruins. "Who ate Bearheart Leopard? You dare to behave atrociously in the Oxhead gang? I think he's tired of living." Several evil spirits clamored. Long Fei stood up and raised his eyes slightly. The dragon's salure on his shoulder flashed with a cold light and the corners of his mouth drew back as he said with a smile, "I only have one sentence." Scram! The entire courtyard was silent. They all stared at Long Fei with their eyes wide open. Half a second later, "Little bastard, you actually dared to come here and act so atrociously. Scram back into your mother's stomach. Kill him. Why don't you take a look at this place? You must be tired of living. Lousy will let you die again." All the ferocious tigers pounced at Long Fei, each of them extremely ferocious. It was also at this time Oxhead's expression turned cold. "Little bastard, you're finally here. Kill him. Kill him. Whoever can kill him will become the gang leader of the Oxhead gang." Oxhead immediately shouted in anger, "Let's see what kind of flowers you can produce." At first, there were only a few dozen disciples surrounding them, but this time, several thousand disciples surrounded them. It was also at this moment. Long Fei's eyes were sinister as he sneered, "You have already lost your chance to live." The aura on his body stirred. Once the dragon's salure descended, it clenched tightly with its right hand. The power of the war god realm and the energy aura of the dragon's salure began to interweave, fusing together as one. Buzz! With a burst of aura, the dark blade aura on the dragon's salure shot up into the sky. He was enraged. The figure of the dark dragon god roared, and Long Fei rushed out. The dragon's salure in his hands shook, and his blade aura swept out like a raging wind. Berserk slash! Long Fei disappeared into the violent wind as the dragon's salure started to dance wildly. All the evil spirits in the yard were sucked into it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk a crazy critical strike. His blade technique was as fast as lightning. At this moment, the system beep exploded. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Oxhead Gang minions Luo 4, obtaining 100 experience points, 800 true chi and 1 energy values. Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for getting 100 experience points for killing Oxhead Gang minion Luo, 80 true chi, 1 energy values. The system beep was about to explode. However, it was not as much as the experience that Long Fei had gained in the past. The higher Long Fei's level was, the fewer monsters that would have less and less experience than him. Just like how it was in the game, the experience for you to kill level 1 monsters at level 50 was basically 0. In the past, Long Fei was only a War Master Ream, but now, he was a War God Realm. They were completely two different people. Schwa! 10 seconds later, a gale began to descend. The entire courtyard was filled with broken limbs, heads, and fresh blood flew everywhere. It was as if Long Fei had scared a storm of blood, as he stood in the center of the courtyard, allowing the fresh blood to flow freely. "You are cruel? Your father is 100 times more brutal than you. You have more people. I will kill them all." At this moment, Oxhead's scalp went numb. He stared at Long Fei who was in the courtyard and said, You madman are completely a madman. Kill thousands of people in 10 seconds. What kind of concept was this? Too terrifying." Long Fei grinned and laughed sinisterly, saying coldly, "I'll only say it once, where is Xie Qin? Think it through. Because you only have this one chance." Oxhead gulped down a mouthful of saliva. His entire body was trembling as he looked at the blood rain that was continuously pouring down from the sky and looked at Long Fei's terrifying and gloomy eyes. He felt that he was in even more pain than death. His lips began to tremble as he said, Yes, 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 in the City Lord's mansion." Schwa! Long Fei's blood shadow moved, instantly landing behind Oxhead's body. A trace of blood appeared on Oxhead's neck. He wiped away the blood in his hands and said, "I already told you, why did you?" Before he could finish his words, its head rolled down from its neck and landed heavily on the ground. Its eyes widened as it stared at Long Fei. Long Fei swung his dragon salure on top of his shoulder and said, "I didn't say I won't kill you. And then, Long Fei once again turned into a ball of light and rushed toward the direction of Yen Luo's palace. In another place, the location of the Celestial Mother, corpses were strewn across the field, and almost all the disciples of the Horseface Hall had died here. With two purple eyes staring at Horseface, she asked solemnly, "Where did my mother go?" Horseface continuously retreated as his face turned pale. No, I don't know. I don't know." Schwa! With a jolt, she raised Horseface into the air and said sinisterly, "I'll ask you one more time, where did you get my mother to go?" His mother was his reverse scale. The reason why he had transformed into a body of evil was also because of that hatred. Now that his mother had disappeared, he was extremely furious. Horseface was scared to the point of peeing his pants. He said, City Lord's mansion. She was captured and taken to the City Lord's mansion. Let me go, I. Ah! With a mournful scream, Horseface's entire body turned black. With a bang, his body cracked open and turned into ashes. The black eyes of the Sky Spirit stared at the City Lord's mansion and said solemnly, "King Yama, if you dare touch my mother, I will kill you." King Yama's estate. King Yama looked at Xie and said, "Did you know that Long Fei came to save you?" Xie looked at Yama. His expression tightened and his body trembled slightly. King Yama laughed, however. "He cannot save you, because he will die here as well." Xie's body trembled even more violently as he said, "My lord, I am willing to stay in the underworld for my entire life and not reincarnate. If not, I beg you to spare my life." King Yenluo laughed. "Not reincarnated? Not reincarnated? Ha ha ha. Under my control, whoever can be reborn, can be controlled by me, you? They don't even have the right. The reason why I'm telling you all of this is because I want you to properly watch how Long Fei is trampled under my feet. The person who tramples on Long family is the person that I like to sit on the most in my entire life." King Yama smiled with incomparable pride. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. After releasing the power of the sky sound wave, Long Fei roared angrily, "King Yenluo, get the hell out here right now." 36O search. Half floating / equals, rumble. Rumble. The sound waves rumbled like thunder, crazily crushing the City Lord's mansion. King Yenluo smiled faintly. He grabbed Xieqin's neck with one hand and the Heavenly Spirit's mother with the other, and walked out as if she was a little chick. Chapter 48_8419/2356802. Rumble! 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 A thunderous boom resounded in the entire Yama residence. Aside from the City Lord's residence, all of the buildings had been turned into ruins by Long Fei's sky sound wave. The heavenly sound wave of the War God realm was too powerful. The moment that King Yenluo rushed out, his underworld mansion also collapsed. It shattered and turned into ruins. King Yama was not angry. Instead, he laughed maniacally and said, "Little bastard, you came here to die. Look, is this the person you're looking for?" While they were talking, King Yama pushed Xieqin out. Long Fei was startled. "Sis." Xieqin's tears directly rolled down her face as she felt incomparable gratitude in her heart. If she could see Long Fei again, even if it meant her death 100 times more, she would still be willing. Xieqin also shouted, "Long Fei, don't bother with me, run quickly, don't worry about me." Not waiting for her to finish, the King of Hell stepped her down to the ground with one foot, pressing her firmly down. With a crazed smile on his face, he said, "You want to save her? Ha ha ha. I won't let you do as you wish." He exerted force with his feet. Blood gushed out from Xieqin's head. Xieqin became even more vicious and said, "Kill me, if you have the guts, then kill me right now." Long Fei was extremely anxious in his heart. "King Yama, you bastard." Seeing Long Fei's angry look, King Yama laughed out loud and said, Beg me, kneel down and beg me. I like it the most when people from Long family kneel down and beg me. Did you see Long Quangtian begging? How nice to kneel, and how loud your kowtows are. You Long family people are even kneeling different from others. Ha ha ha! King Yenluo laughed maniacally. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into the meat of his palms, causing blood to drip down and his teeth to clench so hard that crackling sounds could be heard. Anger was burning and spewing out. The more furious Long Fei was, the happier King Yama became. Long Fei, kneel down and beg me. Ha ha! Long Quangtian has even knelt before, and you are also kneeling down to beg me, ha ha! King Yenluo laughed maniacally. Long Fei was infuriated. He was about to explode with anger. He roared in his heart, I'll kneel to your 8 ancestors. At this moment, rumble! A purplish-black ray of light streaked past and heavily bombarded the body of the Yama king. Yama Minamiya's body trembled slightly as his face turned angry. You dog, you're here too. While they were talking, King Yama grabbed his heavenly spirit's mother's head, lifted her head into the air, and started laughing maniacally. You little beast, come at me. Let's see if it's you or me who is faster. Ha ha ha! King Yama laughed maniacally once again. He was extremely pleased with himself. A mass of purplish-black fog slowly wrapped the sky spirit. The sky spirit slowly walked out of the black fog. Its eyes were as ferocious as they could get, and as terrifying as they could possibly be. Even Long Fei was secretly shocked. The sky spirit said in a low voice, King Yama, do you want to die? He was enraged. He was incomparable rage. The heavenly spirit's mother said loudly, Linger, don't worry about me. Kill him, use your power to kill him, quickly follow Long Fei out of the underworld. Mother! The sky spirit let out a shrill shriek. King Yama sneered at Tian Ling in the same tone, You little B*****, do you want your mother to die? Long Fei. Do you want your sister to die? One on their hands, one on their feet. King Yama controlled them very well. He didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. Ha ha ha! King Yama laughed out loud. I suddenly thought of an extremely interesting game. None of you want to see your loved ones die. Kill each other. The one who wins will be able to live. What do you think? It must be very interesting, ha ha ha. As soon as he finished, the heavenly spirit seemed to have no hesitation. Its gaze turned, and the purple-black flames in its hands started rolling as it charged straight at Xiang Longfei. Heavenly Spirit! Heavenly Spirit! Long Fei and his mother shouted at the same time. Bam! Heavenly Spirit's fists struck Long Fei's chest like thunder. Long Fei instantly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. He did not try to defend at all. With a flick of her body, she flew into the air and said, Fight! Long Fei wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I never attack my own brothers. Boom! Without waiting for Long Fei to finish speaking, the Sky Spirit's attack fell once more, screaming in pain, Fight back! Rumble! Long Fei's body sank again. With him at the center, a radius of 1 kilometer turned into a huge crater, just like a meteor colliding. Long Fei continuously spat out blood, clenched his teeth, and said, Right, brother, I will absolutely not attack. Like a fool. King Yama laughed crazily, ha ha. The people of Long family are truly powerful, heavenly spirit, since he is not going to make a move, then kill him. As long as you kill him, you will be the victor. I will let your mother go. Ha ha. Long Fei, this feels great. Incomparable pride. Never would he have thought that Long Fei would actually not retaliate. King Yenluo laughed disdainfully in his heart. People from Long family are idiots. Ah! The heavenly spirit was enraged and said, You are not retaliating, are you? Then I'll hit you until you fight back. Descending from the sky. Under the crazy bombardment of fists and punches, Long Fei stood at his original spot without any form of defense, and did not retaliate at all. Bang bang bang. Dust flew in all directions from the deep pit. King Yenluo grinned from ear to ear and said in a nearly sinister manner, "Did you see that? Do you see that? This is the trash of the Long family, and he was beaten into a pulp. Beat him ruthlessly for me. Long Quangtian, you never dreamed that your Long family would produce such a trash, ha ha." Dust flew in all directions, filling the sky and shaking the entire ghost city. The sky spirit did not hold back at all. Suddenly, a figure flew out. It flew towards the laughing Yama king. King Yama gave a disdainful sneer and said, "Tisk, do you think I'm an idiot? Did you think I would be ambushed by you? Long Fei, you are too naive." Rumble. Yama Minamiya's left hand swept out and slapped down. Bo. Long Fei's figure turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. At this moment, Long Fei's crazed and furious voice sounded out from behind him, "King Yama, I'll fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Dark Dragon God. Roar." The dragon spirit shadow atop the dragon Salyer roared and slashed downwards. When did Long Fei run behind him? It was also at this time. The sky spirit with blood dripping from both of its hands leapt out from the dust, and roared at almost the same time as Long Fei, ghost veins burning heaven. Ah! One in front and one behind, pincer attack on both sides. His strength was incomparably strong. Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? A ++ at this moment. Yama Minamiya simply didn't have any choice. He could only give up on Sky Spirit's mother and Siechin. His body slightly moved. His gaze locked onto Long Fei and shouted solemnly, "I'll kill you first." Chapter 5 8_8419/2356803 Long Fei, Holy Spirit. Long Fei, Holy Spirit. King Yama chose to attack Long Fei. Because Long Fei was a little more threatening. Because Long Fei is from the Long family. He hated the people of Long family to the bone. Therefore, he chose to kill Long Fei first. With a palm that covered the sky, he smashed it down towards Long Fei's head. At this moment, the corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back, revealing a cold smile. King Yama's eyes turned cold. "This is bad." Whoosh! In another place, another voice flew out from Long Fei's body. Long Fei, who was still lying on the ground, suddenly jumped out. The sky spirit gave up on attacking and caught the falling mother, then abruptly flew out. Boom! After slapping Long Fei down with a palm from the King of Hell, Long Fei's body instantly turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. Clone. Yet another clone. King Yama was completely tricked. Ah! At this time, Long Fei's clone had already brought Siechin to a safe place. Whoosh! Long Fei took a step into the air. His entire body was dyed with blood. This was all an attack by the Sky Spirit. But if he did not do this, how could he play with the King of Hell? "Little kid Hades, are you enjoying yourself?" Long Fei stood in mid-air. The dragon Salyer in his hands released a buzzing sound as it fought back. The dragon Salyer was also angry. King Yenluo was so angry that smoke rose from his head. "You dare to play with this king? Long Fei, then go and die." Boom! A thunderous sound echoed out from the body of the Yama king. After which, a beam of golden light shot out from his body as the judge and the brush flew out horizontally. Just like a golden sword, it pierced straight toward Xiang Longfei. The natal implement has appeared. The attack was very terrifying, one that even Long Quangtian could not withstand. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he roared, "This old man will see who dies first. 4th level, Peerless. Open for me." Kacha. A loud sound exploded inside Long Fei's body. 16 times his elemental energy was unleashed. Moreover, at this moment, the Heart Sutra was activated. All over his body, the shadows of Kitagarbha became even more powerful. Not even that. Long Fei roared out, "Bedevilment!" Boom! His body was also half naked, but the aura of the heavenly demon emitted from his body was incomparably strong. The heavenly demon aura fused with the dark blade aura on the dragon Salyer. Roar! Dark dragon god let out a sinister cry. Facing the golden sword judge, Long Fei didn't even try to defend himself. Instead, he took a step forward and said, "People from the Long family never retreat. The wrath of the dragon god." Boom! With a huge explosion, all the power in Long Fei's body trembled, and trembled crazily. He could barely control such a powerful force, and the instant he flew out, it hacked down towards the top of Yama King's head. At this moment, the judge's pen stabbed towards Xiang Longfei's back. King Yama became excited. Die! Whoosh! His eyes turned sinister as they landed on Long Fei's back. The thick purple-black flame in his hands blocked it, laughed coldly, and said, "Crazy enough, I like it!" Ha ha ha! The Holy Spirit blocked the judge's pen. Long Fei also slashed down. Rumble! The blade aura was like the sky as the dragon spirit shadow in the sky transformed into a gigantic dragon Salyer and furiously slashed down. It struck on the head of the Yama King. Pucci! 17,338. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. His heart filled with shock. The damage is too low. It was also at this moment. The amount of health that the King of Hell had above his head was 90 million HP, so 10,000 points of damage was completely negligible. "It's too low," the Yen Huang ancestor said slightly. "He has two natal implements, one was an attack judge and the other was a defense of the Book of Life and Death. The defense of the Book of Life and Death is too strong." "You want to kill me? You're not qualified, ha ha ha." The King of Hell's palm swept across. Long Fei's body moved, he flipped and dodged a move. Looking at the amount of blood on his head, his eyes turned sinister, and he laughed out loud in excitement. "Is it strong? The stronger I am, the more excited I will be. The stronger you are, the better it means. If you weren't strong enough, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you." This was the strongest boss in Long Fei's history. "King of Hell! Explode him! I have to blow him up!" Long Fei's heart trembled with excitement. "Explode him! Bring out his Book of Life and Death, the Judge Pen! This way, I will be in charge of the entire infernal realm, and I will be the King of Hell. 90 million HP, right? I'll do it!" Long Fei took a step forward, and landed in front of Yama Minamiya. With a flick of his palm, he said, "Secret skill, poison technique." King Yama sneered, "This poison? Destroy!" With a shake of King Yama's power, the poison released by Long Fei was exterminated. And then, his palm struck down. Long Fei did not dodge. Instead, he moved his idea, Soul Evil Fire Burn. Another strand of power appeared on the dragon Salyer. Dark 3 Essence Chi. Fire! Whoosh! 3 streams of black flames rushed out of Long Fei's body and instantly merged with the dragon Salyer. At the same time, Yen Huang ancestor was shocked and said, "Brat, don't. God's bone taboo. Open up your strength for me." Ignoring the Yen Huang ancestor's obstruction, Long Fei released the power of spirit demon sovereign Yi Tiancho's God's bone taboo, and at the same time fused with the power of the dragon Salyer. Yen Huang ancestor was completely dumbstruck. This was too crazy. Long Fei was completely a madman. The more powerful he met, the crazier he would become. Once the god's bone taboo was cultivated, there was no turning back. Moreover, it will turn you into a monster. The moment Long Fei released the power of the god's bone taboo, the taboo in his body began to change as well as his bones. However, the god's bone taboo that he was currently cultivating in did not even have a layer of energy, so it was not obvious. The dragon Salyer was trembling. The dragon spirit shadow was even more lifelike, like a real dragon. It was as if it was filled to the brim. Long Fei was not holding onto a blade, but a dark dragon god. The eyes of the King of Hell turned sinister. his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Little bastard! You actually absorbed all of their cultivation techniques, you. The expression on Yama Minamiya's face became somewhat ugly. However, in that instant, the golden light of the Book of Life and Death in the Yama King's body grew even brighter. Even if you fuse with the heavenly energy, it would still be useless. That's because in the underworld, I'm the heavens, and I'm the Imperial Lord. Long Fei laughed sinisterly and said, You are the sky, right? Then I'll go against the heavens today and kill the heavens for you to see. Ah! He unleashed all of his power, and a single slash descended. Moreover, the moment the slash landed, Long Fei didn't have the slightest hesitation and slashed down once again. This day. I'm set on it. 8_8419/2356805. It was a shocking scene, using all of his strength. One slash. Next slash. It landed heavily on the head of the Yama King. Greater than sign. Long Fei had fallen into a state of madness after his injuries had exploded. He was now a complete madman, a complete and utter lunatic. Long Quangtian's kneeling made him go crazy. Xie Qin being stepped on made him go crazy. Right now, he only had one goal in his heart, and that was to overturn the King of Hell. The life and death of the natal implement in Yama Minamiya's body continued to flash with a golden light. The golden light enveloped his entire body, but Long Fei's damage did not decrease by much. King Yanluo was continuously being forced to retreat. He coughed out blood again and again, almost unable to withstand the power. Long Fei arrogantly roared, Didn't you ask me to kneel down? Come on. Aren't you arrogant? Continue. Aren't you going to trample on our Long family members? Come on King if you have the gut. The saber slashed down. Dark Dragon God unleashed his strength time and time again. King Yama could only resist in pain. He did not have the strength to counterattack. This was because Long Fei's strength was just too intrepid, and the most crucial point was that the judge pen was tightly tied by the sky spirit. However, this was the underworld. He was the heavens and the chief sovereign. Ah! King Yama roared, growling in a deep voice, Let me see how many true breath you have, and how long you can hold out for. Yama's 10,000 arts. Drink it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, tens of millions of beams of light shot out from his body. These streams of light were all devoured by him. As these imps descended, they absorbed the energy of a ghost before quickly returning to King Yanluo's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a few seconds, over 20 million HP was rapidly restored. It was full of blood. Ha ha ha. All the pain in his body had completely recovered. He stared at Long Fei ferociously and said, How are you going to fight with me? What are you going to use to fight me? Ha ha ha. The Long family is awesome? Brat, be a bit more powerful, ha ha. This is the underworld, and I am the heavens. You will never be able to kill me. Abnormal. Too abnormal. King Yanluo's level may not be high, but the feeling Long Fei got was at most that of level 9 war god, but the natal implement was too strong. Now, with this recovery ability, he was simply an untouchable existence. How? 20 million points of damage recovered as soon as he said it was healed. He was absorbing the energy of other ghosts. How many ghosts were there in the South Horizon region's underworld? There were trillions of them. He could recover countless times. Just as King Yanluo had said, how long could Long Fei's true breath last? Long Fei frowned, No, this won't do. His attack also came to a halt. He had to think of a way to deal with the King of Hell's recovery ability. If he continued to fight like this, he would only exhaust himself to death. King Yama laughed complacently when he saw Long Fei stop. Ha ha ha. Little bastard, are you feeling good? Continue attacking. Do you want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Ha ha ha! King Yenluo was incomparably proud. No one could shake him here. He was invincible in the underworld. He commanded billions of ghosts, and these ghosts were his source of energy. As long as he was injured, he could absorb the power of these ghosts. Even though he knew in his heart that doing so would violate the rules of the heavens, but he didn't have the time to care about that now. No matter how heavy the crime was, he still wanted Long Fei to die. Long Quangtian had humiliated him once. He would definitely not let the people of the Long family humiliate him a second time, never. Methods. I need a way. Long Fei's mind was working frantically, as the scene of you absorbing the ghost's energy continued to appear in his mind. How? How can I destroy it? Long Fei frowned. Yan Huang ancestor slightly said, Aren't you good at one-wave rush? Huh. Long Fei trembled and said, Taking away 90 million blood in one go? This. Even if we can do it, but during this journey, the King of Hell will once again absorb energy to restore his health point. In just a few seconds, he had recovered 20 million health point. It was too fast, so fast that Long Fei could not withstand it. Yan Huang ancestor said, Holy Spirit. Huh? Long Fei asked. Can he stop King Yenluo's health point from recovering? No way. But he can absorb those spirits that are brimming with energy. Yan Huang ancestor said, as long as he absorbed those ghost spirits, he would be unable to recover. As long as he could prevent King Yama from recovering his life, Long Fei had absolute confidence in killing him. Immediately, Long Fei bellowed, Heavenly Spirit. The two powers bound the judge's pen and asked, What? Long Fei said, Can you absorb those ghost spirits? The man nodded, sure. It wasn't hard. It was just that he was a little confused at Long Fei's words. He did not have the system, and he could not see King Yama instantly recovering his health point, so he naturally did not understand. Long Fei said, Later on, do your best to absorb all of those ghost spirits. You don't need to worry about other things. Oh. The two black hole eyes stared straight at Long Fei and asked, What are you planning to do? Long Fei grinned and laughed lightly, saying, Do you know about one-wave rush? The man shook his head. I don't understand. Long Fei laughed. Then I'll let you know what one-wave rush is today. And then, Long Fei's heart sank. Level 4 unparalleled, open. Heart Sutra, open. Dark Chi, open. God's Bone Taboo, open. The moment the four energies were activated, Long Fei's sky demon body trembled. The powerful energy was almost unbearable to his body, and was extremely intense. It was as if enormous waves were crashing against the sky. Long Fei tightened his right hand. Dark Dragon God, release a bit of your power. Roar. Dark Dragon God roared. His body looked as if it were real and lifelike. The dragon's roar resounded as it soared into the air, forming the saber chi of the heavens. Long Fei's gaze locked onto the King of Yama, laughed sinisterly, and said, Today, I'll let you know what one-wave rush is. King Yama laughed disdainfully. It's useless. In the underworld, I am the heavens. Who dares to go against me? You? It's simply not qualified. Is that so? Long Fei sneered, and his body began to move. The space around him began to distort, as though it was being crushed by his strength. Then I'll let you know what qualifications are today. Shwa. As soon as Long Fei moved, all the power in his body began to burn crazily. Fury filled his mind, and all of the techniques and powers Long Quangtian had released kept on appearing in his mind, trying to figure out and deduce what was going on at that instant. Long Fei's eyes opened. His idea was connected to the Dark Dragon God in the Dragon Salyer, and was his sister-in-law. Plus health, strongest upgrade system, Dragon Saber Unity. Dark Dragon God. Kill. Ah! Long Fei roared and then slashed down. Chapter 18_8419/2356806. Long Quangtian had comprehended the skill of Dragon Blade Unity / Long Quangtian had comprehended the skill of Dragon Blade Unity / The blade descended. When the power was used, the sword chi formed by the Dark Dragon God was as sharp as it could destroy the heavens and earth. Rumble! The golden light emanating from the body of the Yama king started to tremble before turning dim. The life and death scroll was shaking. This power was simply too ferocious. At this moment, a long number immediately floated up above Yama King's head! 10 million points of damage. Moreover, this wasn't even a critical hit. *T big shot. Long Fei felt excited in his heart. After saying one line, Long Fei did not stop at all, even if it was just for 1,000th of a second. Devil Snake Eyes of Destruction. Swish! A strand of the power of the petrification demon I shot out and petrified the body of the enormous King Yama. At this moment, Long Fei roared out, Magic Chop! Rumble! Another slash landed, and the skill did not stop. Rushing Thunder Palm. Boundless Blood Sea. Great Blood Refining Art. The skills continued to be released, and the attacks also continued to superimpose on each other. They did not stop for even half a second, nor did they give the King of Hell any chance to recover his energy. He slaughtered wildly. After releasing the abilities of the Sky Demon physique, Long Fei instantly changed to his usual appearance, drawl, Dugujio Dao. Kill! Mountain Hit Fist, MT Tai Strikes. Roar! Splitting Fist. Dragon Chop. It was a crazy heavy strike, without any intention of stopping. After Long Fei finished unleashing all of his abilities, his mental energy and the true qi also sank into an extremely exhausted state. The consumption of true qi was like a flood. It was too fast, too numerous, and with the activation of those skills, it was as if his body was drained of energy. However, this was still not enough. It was still not enough to kill the King of Hell. Long Fei continued to persevere. The amount of blood on the head of the King of Hell was rapidly decreasing. It was also at this time. The King of Hell roared and burst out, King of Hell, all spells are for me to absorb. At this moment, Long Fei slightly stopped. Now it all depended on the Sky Spirit. If he couldn't deal with the Yama's 10,000 arts, then he would absolutely not be able to kill the King of Hell. The King of Hell's recovery ability was simply too strong. King Yama was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable, as if he had been trampled by Long Fei. He was extremely angry and also extremely arrogant as he said proudly, Have you used up most of his true qi? Ha ha ha! My Hades can help me recover quickly, but what about you? Long Fei, do you still have any strength left? Are there any more true qis? Ha ha! I've said it before, I'm the heavens in the underworld, I'm everything. You want to defy the heavens? You are not qualified at all, ha ha ha! King Yama was laughing maniacally. In the underworld, tens of millions of ghosts suddenly died and were absorbed by the ghost spirits released by the King of Hell. The entire underworld was instantly thrown into chaos as well. It was chaotic beyond compare. However, King Yama didn't care at all. He stared at Long Fei and laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha! Just watch as I recover. Drink it! With a twitch of his forehead, the King of Hell madly started absorbing the energy. It was also at this time. The ghost vein art had been cultivated to its peak by the heavens spirit. The dark purple flame covering the sky grinned and said, I want to see how you'll absorb it. Ghost Vainin Sha, explode! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hundreds of millions of black lights shot out from the purple-black flames. Just like the little imps that King Yama released, the black lights charged out and directly collided with the ghost spirit. Bam! Bang bang bang! Those ghost spirits all exploded. All the ghost souls were blocked by the sky spirit. King Yama was instantly enraged. Tianling, you bastard, you dare to stop my ghost. I will kill you. Ah! Since the ghost spirit could not enter his body, he could not recover. King Yama was only half alive now. He rushed towards the sky spirit like a madman. It was also at this time that Long Fei fell under the spell of the devil once more and roared in his heart, Demonic Heart Sutra. True Qi. Recover. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The true Qi was completely filled up in an instant, and Long Fei also jumped out to stand in front of the Yama King, asking with a grin, "There's no way to recover, right? Now it's my turn. If one time doesn't work, then do it again. 4th level, Peerless. Heart Sutra, Dark Triuan Qi, God's Bone Taboo, Strength, all of you activate. Can't kill you once? Then let's do it again." Long Fei's idea linked to the Dark Dragon God once again and roared deeply, "Give me a little more power. Dragon Saber Unity. Kill." Long Fei released Long Quangtian's skill again and slashed down. Rumble. It was a damage of almost 20 million points, but this time it was an absolute critical hit. Long Fei withdrew his dragon salure and fiercely jumped down, stepping on the head of the King of Hell's head and punching him in the face. "Fuck, go crazy again." Bam! With a single punch, the Yama King's teeth exploded. The second punch landed heavily. "Continue your King crazy. Aren't you God? Aren't you the chief sovereign? CKU, you're going to go crazy later." Boom, boom, boom. Kneeling, Xiechin's tears, and the kind of high and mighty Yama King, the despicable and sinister mouth made Long Fei feel extremely displeased. Now, he wanted to vent as much as he could. One punch after another. King Yenluo was completely stomped on, there was no room for a counterattack. However, this was not what he was most afraid of. What they were most afraid of was the power of the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge Pen disappearing crazily. This meant he had reached the end of his life. It was not that Long Fei wanted him dead, but it was another person. The person he was most afraid of in his life. Long Fei also realized this point. Yama Minamiya's defense was instantly reduced to the lowest point. He didn't care too much about it, he just kept firing and punching. As for other things, he did not care. As his HP continued to decrease, Long Fei's attack continued to increase. At this moment, imperceptibly, the golden light from the judge's brush and Book of Life and Death slowly flew into the void, being sucked into the palm of a man in the sky. The man's body flashed with golden light. It wasn't the type of golden light that would appear in a boss, but rather a golden light that shone like a god. He was the person that King Yama feared the most. The idea moved and transmitted the information to Long Fei's mind, saying, "There's someone in the sky, and he is swiftly absorbing the power of the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Note." What? F***CK. 36O search. Half floating / equals, stealing the boss with lousy? The Book of Life and Death, the Judge Pen belongs to this father. Do you want to steal it? Have you asked me? Long Fei cupped his fists and struck out heavily. Explode for me. Chapter 28_8419/2356807. What was the most annoying thing to do in game? What was the most annoying thing to do in game? If someone came to snatch the boss that he had only a little bit of health left, that person would be too disgusting. Long Fei hated him to the core. But what's wrong with stealing his holy artifact? Before the boss was killed, the holy artifact would be robbed, causing Long Fei to be even more unhappy. Long Fei had originally wanted to abuse her a little more to vent the anger in her heart, but now, he did not care about that and threw a punch. You want to steal my boss? You're too weak. Die. The Yama King, who only had a few hundred HP left, instantly died. Long Fei also answered in a split second, "Release your striking attribute." A melodious voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yama King, for obtaining 1 experience point, true chi point, and energy values point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining King of Hell's Blood Vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining 10,000 Arts of the Underworld. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Yama Minamiya's 10,000 Arts. Do you wish to learn it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Zhuge Sword Fragment. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Book of Life and Death. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Judgment. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Broken Hell's 18th floor. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yama King, for obtaining a special reward, level +2. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. The notification sound finished. When the world quieted down, Long Fei danced around as if he was a madman, all by himself. 5 words drifted from the sky. Great, 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 great! Long Fei was so happy that he was about to go up to the sky. I'm going to go up to the sky, I'm going to go up to the sky. Ha ha! What do you mean berserk? That's berserk. Those berserk attacks from before were so weak that they made people so excited. Long Fei felt that all the cells in his body were exploding, all of them were excited, all of them were boiling. It's gone, it's gone. All of them exploded. King of Hell's Blood Vein, the Dragon Salure is yours. Long Fei moved, opening up the system to check. Without need for Long Fei's instructions, the King of Hell's Blood Vein had already been absorbed by the Dragon Salure. Yama's 10,000 Arts. Cultivate. Long Fei did not hesitate and immediately became excited. To be able to recover tens of millions of health point in an instant, this cultivation technique must be cultivated. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for training Yama Wanwu for obtaining 100 experience points, 100 true chi, and 100 points as a reward. Skill path. Yama's 10,000 Arts grade. God plus consumption. Description. Able to absorb all energy and convert it into health point, flowers, plants, everything could be absorbed, and the energy absorbed each time could be transformed into health point. Description 2. The first level of hell can absorb energy within a 10-meter radius. Description 3. Cooldown time, 12 hours. As expected. Long Fei's mind shook. If King Yenluo can absorb energy and transform it into health point, so can I, and I'm even more tenacious than him. What he absorbs is the energy of ghosts, and what I absorb is everything, whether it's flowers, plants, trees, demons or ghosts, even sand, water, fire, everything can be absorbed and converted into my health point. But I wonder how much of its energy it will absorb to transform into health point. Continue. Long Fei continued to read. Yama Minamiya, practice. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 100 experience points for practicing Yama Luo Fist. True Chi 100 points, 100 points. Skill path. Yama's 10,000 Arts Fist Art Grade. God plus consumption. Description. Yama Minamiya's boxing technique. One hit, 10,000 punches. Long Fei's blood boiled. Once released, 10,000 fists will attack. The rhythm of the skies will be smashed. As he practiced these 2 cultivation techniques, his heart was filled with one thing only. Zhuge Sword Fragment. As Long Fei read these words, he recalled what the Yen Huang ancestor once said to him. The Zhuge Sword had shattered. If he wanted to recreate the Zhuge Sword, he had to find those fragments. Now we have one. Long Fei also had a piece of blueprint of the Zhuge Sword in his hands. As long as he could find all of the pieces of the Zhuge Sword, he could recreate them. Item. Zhuge Sword Fragment. Grade. Description. One of the Zhuge Sword fragments. It was a very simple answer, without much description. Long Fei thought, seems like I need to collect all of the gods' fragments before touching this Yuga Swords remodeled mission, huh? Then continue. Long Fei rubbed his hands, saliva dripping down. He was extremely excited in his heart. The Book of Life and Death, the Judge's Brush, the exclusive property of the King of Hell. With these things, I can control the life and death of everyone, ha ha ha. With these two things, he would be the King of Hell. Looking at your unhappiness? With one tick, the black and white impermanence would take their lives unconditionally. If the King of Hell wanted them dead, he would definitely not leave them alive. However, now it's Long Fei who wants you dead, and will definitely not let you live until 5 o'clock. Other than that, Long Fei knew very well about the power of the Book of Life and Death. Other than taking one's life to determine life and death, it could also increase one's lifespan. It had to be known that the cultivation of the War King did not dare to reach the maximum lifespan of 200 years. How many people in the South Horizon region were able to reach the War King realm? A warrior's life was not too bad. A normal person's life was not much different from the people on Earth. With this life and death thread, Long Fei could do whatever he wanted. Too excited. It was just that. However, when Long Fei checked the attributes of the two natal implement, he was immediately stunned. F***ck. Long Fei could not hold back the anger in his heart any longer and blurted out, "System, F***ck your grandpa. What do you mean by unable to use it? The items that I dropped can't be used? Your sister, what kind of plane is this?" Sick. At first, Long Fei thought that the time was up, but then he suddenly fell into the bottomless abyss. They were both unusable. The attributes were not displayed at all. Wasn't this a scam? Long Fei looked through it a few times, but it was the same. The system only showed that it was unusable. His idea was untouchable and uncontrollable. In that instant, Long Fei was enraged and said, "Ancestor, can you devour it? Eat it, damn it, Lousy is furious." He had thought that he would be able to do as he pleased. Hong Tianjun can do whatever he wants to whoever he doesn't like. Could he escape the restrictions of the law of death? Large-scale hooks kill. Sky sect, so what if Nantian sect? Large-scale hooks kill. Strongest upgrade system, however. This was all just a dream. If he couldn't use it, how could he kill it? Yen Huang Ancestor's idea moved slightly and said, "It's useless. These two things have become trash and their powers have been completely absorbed. He's already a piece of trash." Chapter 38_8419/2356808. Did the Book of Life and Death turn the Judge Pen into trash? Did the Book of Life and Death turn the Judge Pen into trash? To Long Fei, this was like a bolt out of the blue. He couldn't accept it. Yen Huang Ancestor continued, "It doesn't matter if I swallow it or not." What? Long Fei's eyes darkened. He immediately thought about the golden light that the Book of Life and Death and Judge's Brush had just released. His heart shivered and asked, "Are you saying that their power is the golden light? It was absorbed?" Yen Huang Ancestor nodded and said, "Yes. Long Fei was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to look at the last item, the 18th level of the Infernal Realm, because it would be as unusable as the Book of Life and Death. Long Fei raised his eyes, stared at the man who was floating in the air, and said, "You want to fight with me? No one has ever taken away something that belongs to me, Long Fei." Just as Long Fei was about to take a step back, the heavenly spirit spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "I can't take it anymore, how are you?" The sky spirit's face was deathly pale. The baleful force on his body weakened rapidly, unable to withstand the golden light descending from the sky. He was very unhappy. However, he had to admit that he couldn't withstand the golden light in the sky. Long Fei's brows tightened and his face filled with shock. Even Yama King was unable to force the heavenly spirit to such an extent. Just what kind of power and cultivation level did the man in the sky possess? Without waiting for Long Fei to speak, as the man's voice faded, kneel! Boom! With a loud bang, the celestial spirit's body was smashed down. The entire ground was filled with a powerful shockwave, causing the entire underworld to tremble. The sky spirit was crushed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Breathing heavily, it said in annoyance, "Kill me if you have the ability to do so. Come at me." The man coldly said, "You think I can't kill you?" The celestial spirit refused to give in and said, "Come and kill me." Humph! The man snorted, his gaze turned and landed on Long Fei and said, "Hand over the book of life and death, as well as the judge's pen." Long Fei was furious when he saw his heavenly spirit being crushed to such a state. He shouted angrily, "Who the fuck do you think you are?" At this moment, he is a divine body, an existence that you are truly unable to shake right now. Your only way now is to escape the underworld, and he will have no way to deal with you. Patriarch! I want to explode him, I want to explode the power from the book of life and death and the judge's brush. Do you have a way? Long Fei was completely crazy. The more he saw the immovable boss, the more he wanted to kill him. The Yen Huang ancestor said, "Not to mention you, even I can't do it. This kind of divine body is unshakable, hurry up and run." There's no way at all. Power of petrification, plus 100 Dao dragon slashes, is that possible? Long Fei did not give up. Yen Huang ancestor said, "Run." All right. Although you said so, but... The moment Long Fei finished speaking, all of the power in his body exploded out. He leapt up and roared, "How do you know it won't work if you don't try?" The dragon Salyer moved. The illusory image of the dark dragon god roared out. The saber slashed down. At this moment, the man raised his eyes slightly as a golden light flashed across them. Shwa! All of Long Fei's strength and attacks were instantly crushed to nothing. This was not a difference. There was a distance to measure the difference, and this was a distance that couldn't be measured. Therefore, this wasn't a difference. F***CK. Long Fei shouted loudly. Without thinking about anything else, he turned around and landed beside Tianling, picked him up and rushed towards the exit of Ghost City. He didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to think about it. He felt like a moth. The man in the sky was not a flame, but the sun. If he continued to fight, it wouldn't just be seeking death, but he would be making life difficult for himself. Divine body. This is too damn tough, isn't it? Long Fei was overwhelmed with shock. He thought that he could at least cause a little bit of damage, but if he couldn't even hit her, he would have completely given up. If the King of Hell was one, then this man was most likely a level 10,000 boss. Right now, Long Fei only had one goal, to escape the underworld. Now that he had done what he needed to do, his level had risen, Xie was saved, Yama Minamiya was also killed, and he had even seen the ancestors of the Long family, so he knew some secrets about the Long family. As long as he was able to charge out of the underworld this time, then he would earn a lot. The heavenly spirit said, "Why did you run? Won't you fight with him? Fight your head. You've already been crushed into a dog and you still want to fight? Right now, escaping is more important." Long Fei rushed out as the idea connected with another clone. They all rushed towards the Ghost City's exit. It was also at this time. Man with golden light said slightly, "You won't be able to escape. Heavenly God Force. Cage." The center of Man with golden light's brows shook, and a burst of golden light burst out, turning the entire Ghost City into an incomparably large cage. Boom! 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 The four gates slammed shut, golden light enveloping them. After doing all of this, the man with golden light descended and stuck to the ground as he flew, saying faintly, "Long Fei, the laws of the underworld cannot be broken. You broke the rules by barging into the underworld. To disrupt the order of the underworld, to break the 18 levels of hell, to kill Oxhead and Horseface, King Yama of Hell. This has already violated the rules of the heavens. If you continue to save the body of evil and your loved ones, then you will be able to save them. This will further disrupt the balance of the rules and regulations, and in this world, it will cause a huge impact to the ghost realm. You can't bear the consequences. Now you're in a rush to go back. Every place is bound by the laws of every place. This type of law was protected by the strongest power, no one could break it. If you die, you'll be able to recover. This will break the law of death. If everyone was like this, the world would be thrown into chaos. Once there is chaos, there will be a chain reaction, just like the butterfly effect. A small ripple can cause huge waves. Thus, that was why the man with golden light appeared. As Long Fei fled, he continued, "The laws are used to break. I don't care about others, but I'm not restricted by any laws. I'm me. If you insist on using some laws to bind me, then I will shatter it." The center of man with golden light's brows tightened as he asked somewhat unhappily, "Do you really want to be stubborn?" "Of course." Long Fei also replied very unhappily, "If a person can die, then a ghost can die. Why can't a ghost revive?" In the ghost manner, King Yama was shameless and despicable. He committed all sorts of crimes, so why don't you punish him for his crimes? Now that I have broken through the 18th level of hell, and overturned the King of Hell, you are saying that I have broken the rules? Humph! If that's the case, then I will break this rule. Long Fei replied disdainfully. *half, /float * life. It was also at this moment, as he landed at the city gate, facing the faint glimmer of golden light above the city gate, Long Fei gritted his teeth and roared, "I want to see just how strong the laws are." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's fists moved, heavily punching forward. Chapter 48_8419/2356809. Boom! Boom! Bang! With a loud sound, Long Fei was directly ejected out. Pfft! Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned sinister, and once again rushed forward. Man with golden light slightly said, "It's useless. A mortal fist like yours broke through this shackle, and now I order you to hand over the book of life and death, as well as the judge's pen. Then come with me to be punished. I will punish your ancestors." Long Fei roared, and the dragon Salyer slashed down. Rumble! Long Fei's palm split open, blood flowing out like a fountain. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Unhappy! Again. Long Fei rushed forward again. The heavenly spirit looked at Long Fei in pain, raised its head and looked at man with golden light, saying, "I'll go back with you to receive my punishment. He is a human, he should return to the world he resides in." Xie Qin immediately knelt on the ground and said, "I won't follow him. I beg you, please let him go." The golden ripples of light produced by the sound of the city walls were too powerful. Just by standing there, the sky spirit could feel that the power was unshakable. No one could break it. Long Fei said, "Tianling, I promised your mother that I would take you out. I, Long Fei, will definitely do what I said." "Sis! I promised to save you, and I will do it." Long Fei glanced at the man with golden light and said, "What rule? Why can't I return the favor? All these were set by you, why? What qualifications do you have to decide the life and death of people? What qualifications do you have to decide whether ghosts can return the yang or not? Just because you're strong?" The man with golden light laughed. "That's right, it's because we are strong that we are able to draw up all the laws. If you are weak, you must stay within these laws." His voice was filled with contempt. Long Fei sneered, "You're strong, aren't you? If Long Fei is unable to break your cage today, then I, Long Fei, will be surnamed Long Fei." F. Long Fei's entire being entered into a berserk state. He just didn't like the way things were planned from such a high vantage point. Why? In his previous life, he didn't like it, so there was no way for him to change it. In this life, he had to control his own destiny. He had to do whatever he wanted. No matter who it was, regardless of God or law, they could never restrain him. The laws are strong? Then break the law with your fists. Rumble. Long Fei's fists were flung out. Again. He was sent flying again. The truth was that after an hour of repeating himself, Long Fei was still not convinced. Man with Golden Light's face was filled with contempt as he said, "You overestimate yourself. You think you, a mere mortal, can break the law? You are not qualified." At this moment, the heavenly spirit also walked up and said while looking at Long Fei, "From today onwards you will be my boss. You will be crazy and I will accompany you crazy." He was completely convinced by Long Fei. From the moment he had met Long Fei until now, he was now convinced. He must admire someone. The energy in Long Fei's body made him convinced. He had originally wanted to borrow Long Fei's hand to escape the underworld and do what he wanted. In fact, Long Fei had even planted a seal in his body. At that time he had even wanted to kill him. Had always been using Long Fei, but she treated him like her own brother. Now he was convinced. It was also at this time. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the Yuling Guardian Warrior mission. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining task reward. 1 million experience, 80,000 true chi, 10,000 points. The fourth King Kong had returned. Yuling Guardian Warrior, body of evil, power of the Dost, non-human, non-demon, non-ghost, non-demon. Long Fei laughed excitedly, ha ha. The moment the heavenly spirit was enraged, he released the power of the Dost to its highest point. Break for me. It was also at this time. Xie Qin also walked over, and looking at the bloodied Long Fei, he chuckled and said, "Silly brother, you are really stupid. What right do I have to make you do this?" While they were talking, she also threw both fists at it, whether it would work or not. Long Fei said, "Sis, you died for me, I must save you." The mother of the sky spirit also walked up and said, "Silly child, you must leave this place alive. You are the savior of all the ghosts in the underworld. You must leave this place alive." He also threw a punch. At this moment, another woman rushed forward and said, "You are our savior, you must get out alive." Next, dozens of people walked forward. Hundreds of people walked forward. Tens of thousands of ghosts walked forward, and all of the hundreds of millions of ghosts in Ghost City walked forward and shouted, "You are our benefactor, you must leave this place alive." The brutality of King Yama. They had no power to resist. In an instant they were dead and injured millions of times. They were ghosts, but ghosts didn't have any authority over them? Long Fei saved them. If Long Fei had not killed the King of Hell, they might have been sucked into the King of Hell's energy and died one day. Power of law, right? We'll break through him together. We are the weak. But we also have dignity. Everyone use your strength together to break through this law for our benefactor. Pull! The entire underworld was helping Long Fei. Long Fei was dumbstruck. He could not believe that hundreds of millions of ghosts were helping him. But at this time, Man with Golden Light's face was extremely ugly, as though he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. Xiao Bai rushed out, ice and fire rushing out. Even the Yen Huang ancestor released all of his power. Long Fei leaped high into the air, both fists exploding like a war hammer, and said, "We'll let you know what qualifications are, what qualifications are. Rumble! Rumble! Rumble!" The golden light trembled, and cracks began to appear. The billions of ghosts became even more frenzied and powerful. Long Fei was sent flying. He once again rushed forward and roared, "Break for me!" Rumble! Crack! The light began to split apart and the cracks continued to crack. Again. Long Fei roared. All the ghosts, Man with Golden Light's expression became even uglier. His body was also unceasingly releasing the power of Golden Light. He was not facing Long Fei. It was the power of the entire underworld. It was hard to imagine. A living person was enough to make all the ghosts in the underworld willing to help. It was also because of this power that broke through his strength. One more punch. Long Fei shouted loudly, and once again struck out with his fist. Rumble. Clang. As the golden halo faded away, the city gate was broken open. The numerous ghosts cheered in excitement. This was the first time in their history that they had ever resisted, the first time they had ever resisted against the laws. They had won. Sister-in-law 1 plus health, strongest upgrade system. Long Fei was extremely grateful in his heart as he replied, Ice and fire. Heavenly Spirit Xiao Bai sis, charge out together. Man with Golden Light was also enraged. Don't even think of escaping. Chapter 5. Thank you for your support. The sea is extremely grateful. Thank you Big Yo-Yo for your great firepower. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. 8_8419/2356810. The city gate was smashed open, and Long Fei and his men escaped. The city gate was smashed open, and Long Fei and his men escaped. Man with Golden Light was infuriated and furious. He absolutely could not let Long Fei break the rules. He absolutely could not allow Long Fei to be so bold. Otherwise, it was not like he could not afford the consequences, even in the entire Sky Martial continent. But Long Fei did not care about all that. He didn't care about any laws or rules. If someone dared to obstruct his path, then he would have to step all over them, even the heavens themselves. Stop him. Stop him for Master Long Fei. We must let him out alive. Block it. Suddenly, seeing that the man with Golden Light was about to charge towards Xiang Longfei, many people out of the billions of ghosts flew out and firmly hugged onto the man with Golden Light's legs, fiercely saying, Don't even think of stopping him. In a short moment, his body was then firmly surrounded. He hugged and bit down on it. There were also a few girls who were bare-chested. You molested me, you molested me. You aren't some heavenly deity of laws, so what can it matter that you molested me? They were all helping Long Fei. Long Fei was inexplicably touched and loudly said, Thank you. Hurry up. Ha ha. Master Long Fei, the one to thank you is us. It is you who allowed us the chance to live on. We still have a chance at survival. Master Long Fei, have a safe trip. Everyone cheered. Long Fei had the urge to cry. He never thought that there would be so many people helping him. Ice and fire, raise it again. Yes, sir. Long Fei was very clear about the current situation. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. The power of the man with Golden Light was simply too strong. His cultivation had already surpassed the War King, and was even stronger. Just as the Yen Huang ancestor had said, he was an unshakable existence with a divine body. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. After leaving the city, quickly charge towards the Nether Sea. At this moment, the golden light dispersed and a golden light shot into the sky. A deep voice rang, Long Fei, you won't be able to escape. You won't be able to break the rules. You can't afford the consequences. His voice was filled with anger. It's here, it's here. He's here. The sky spirit frowned and said a few words anxiously. It was also at this time. Long Fei landed at the side of the Nether Sea, making it impossible for ice and fire to fly across. According to their agreement, Long Fei shouted, 9 secret underworld finches. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. Man with Golden Light landed heavily. He stared at Long Fei and said, Follow me. You're still alive. Long Fei broke the rule. Bringing the dead along with the young, this kind of person who broke the rules definitely could not leave. They were definitely going to receive Sky Law. Xie Qin looked at Long Fei and said, I. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei grabbed her and said, Sis, I've lost you once, and I definitely won't lose you a second time. The Sky Spirit looked at him. Long Fei shouted, You too, I promise to bring you out of here, you have to do it. And then, Long Fei stared at the man with golden light and said, I don't need you to show me any mercy. King Yama said that he is the heavens and I am going to go against it. I want to crush it too. Today, if you let me leave, I will owe you a favor. If you don't let me leave, then I will leave too. Long Fei said arrogantly. So what if he was an Empyrean god? So what if it's the power of law? Man with golden light's eyes turned sinister as he said, Long Fei, don't force me. Don't think that just because you're a member of Long family you can do whatever you want. That sounds. Long Fei's heart trembled and thought to himself, could it be that the Long family is strong to the point where even the gods are afraid of him? The ancestors that Long Quangtian talked about? Immediately, Long Fei said, It's not that I'm forcing you, but you're forcing me. What I, Long Fei, want to do must be done. All right. Man with golden light's body sank and said, Then let's see if you can escape. At this moment, the Heavenly Spirit's mother said to Long Fei in a low voice, Give me the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's pen. Huh! Long Fei was a little confused. Seeing the serious expression on her face, Long Fei followed her instructions. Anyway, the Book of Life and Death and the Judge pen were trash to him. Even the Yan Huang ancestor couldn't be bothered to eat them. Long Fei was very unhappy about this. Taking the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's pen, she looked at Tian Ling and said, Linger, from now on, you have to listen to your big brother carefully. Don't ever go and take revenge. No matter what, don't ever do it. Then, she said to Long Fei, Take good care of Linger for me. No matter what, don't let him go take revenge. Absolutely not. Because that family cannot afford to offend them. Long Fei, you must remember my words. You definitely mustn't let Linger go take her revenge. Long Fei was a little confused and said, Aunt, I will bring you along to leave. Without waiting for Long Fei to finish speaking, the Sky Spirit's mother, the idea, moved. With the Book of Life and Death in one hand and the Judge's brush in the other, both things released a golden light, as if the natal implement was operating again. The Heavenly Spirit's mother looked at Long Fei and the others and said, Let's go. In that instant, when the man with golden light's attack landed, it was immediately blocked by her. Rumble! 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 The golden light shone wantonly, and the earth trembled violently. The Celestial Spirit's mother coughed out a mouthful of blood as she injected the power within her body once again. She shouted, Let's go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, *, the 9 secret underworld finches flew down. The Heavenly Spirit screamed, Mother! The beautiful woman revealed a happy smile and said, Tian Ling, your mother's body has already rotted, even if you leave it would not be able to live. Listen well to Big Brother Long Fei, don't go take revenge. Finished. She looked at Long Fei and said, Go, go, quickly go. Ah! Her voice was low as the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's pen burst forth with an even more brutal force. Boom, boom, boom. Her own life was burning. He couldn't stop it. If he didn't leave, he would never be able to leave. Long Fei did not care that much as he picked up the Heavenly Spirit and said, Let's go. The Sky Spirit struggled continuously, watching as his mother was struck repeatedly. His heart felt as if it was about to be torn apart. Put me down, quickly put me down. Long Fei said, Do you want revenge? Do you want your mother to die for nothing? Everything she did was for you. She won't let you take revenge, and she won't let me stop you from taking revenge, but from now on, your revenge will be mine and your mother will be mine. Long Fei carried Xie Qin and Tian Ling as he flew onto the back of the 9 secret underworld finches. The idea moved. the 9 secret underworld finches began to move. It was also at this time Long Fei knelt down hard and kowtowed to the mother of the heavenly spirit. This was his first time kneeling down. Tian Ling's mother smiled and said, "Linger, you must survive. You must." Her figure slowly disappeared. It was also at this time Man with Golden Light looked at the 9 secret underworld finches that was getting further and further away. It was already impossible to chase after it. He let out a long sigh. The world is going to fall into chaos. Chapter 1 Table of Contents 8_8419/2356811. The world of the living was governed by the laws of the world of the living. The world of the living was governed by the laws of the world of the living. The world of the dead was the same. A dead person was a dead person, and there was only one way for him to recover his yang energy. He would be reincarnated and turn back into a human. However, Long Fei broke through the rules of the living and entered the world of the dead. At the same time, he had brought the dead back to the world of the living, and that was breaking the law. It seemed as if nothing had happened, but the world of the dead and the laws of the world of the living had all formed a strong impact. Imperceptibly, the power of laws had become unbalanced. Sky Martial Continent, Abyss of Sin. Rumble. A gigantic and ancient seal that spanned millions of years began to crumble. An evil aura slowly floated out of the crevice. Finally, bang! With a loud noise, the entire seal burst apart. Whoosh! A figure escaped from the seal. Ha 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 ha! It's been 1,390,000 years. I finally escaped, ha ha! I finally made it out, ha ha ha! Just you wait. I want to turn the world upside down. In another place, Dark Domain Tianxia Lake. A huge whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake, and a gigantic seal array at the bottom of the lake also broke apart, as a silver man slowly rose up from the middle of the lake. Ha ha ha! His wild laughter was like the wailing of ghosts. Breaking the law, it's a matter of life and death. Finally, someone has broken this damned law energy. Ha ha! Tianxia was able to see the light of day once again, ha ha. Damned immortal domain. Damned dragon territory. 2 million years have passed. Are you alright? I'm back. I'm going to kill you all, ha ha ha. Not just these two. At least 100 million years worth of seal were destroyed in the entire Sky Martial Continent, and those millions of years worth of monsters reappeared in the human world. This was all because the balance of the power of law had been destroyed. Immortal Domain. The Heavenly Hall of Immortals. 19 elders frowned anxiously as they paced back and forth in the hall. What should we do? What should we do? Those giant demons have all reappeared in the human world. This is a calamity for humanity. Supreme God still hasn't come out? This matter, I'm afraid. They were all powerful experts at the peak of Immortal Domain, and in the Sky Martial Continent, their strength was almost as high as the heavens. However, even such an expert like this was making them anxious, their eyes filled with fear. They were also afraid. Kacha. A stone door above Hall of Immortals opened and a white Grandmaster walked out. Greetings, Supreme God. The 19 elders kneeled on the ground together. Supreme God dragged his hands together, and all 19 people were dragged up, and said, "The giant demon that was reborn into the human world 1 million years ago by the seal, I have already calculated this calamity. But I didn't expect it to come so fast, 10 years earlier than I expected." He had anticipated this tribulation long ago, but he had never imagined that so many years would pass so quickly. Many of the elders also frowned. An elder asked, "Supreme God, those giant demons will definitely attack our immortal domain. How should we deal with them?" "That's right. Those giant demons are all giants from 1 million years ago. Most of them were created by the immortal domains. Now that they have reappeared in the human world, They will definitely kill us, at that time, I'm afraid. That's right, that's right. What should we do? Now, it was not 1,000,000 years old, all the strong warriors in Immortal Domain had their lives exhausted, and had basically all died. Even if they did not die, they had left the Sky Martial Continent. It was impossible to find them again. Supreme God said in a faint voice, "This calamity is because the power of the ancient code was broken and caused a series of reactions. The heavens have the virtue of being born into the heavens. Everything in the world has its limits. If the giant demon appears, then the demon slayer will also appear." An elder asked, "Supreme God, you mean someone can stop this calamity?" Supreme God nodded and said, "Yes." "Then who is he?" "Yeah, we'll get him right away. To be able to resolve the crisis in the Immortal Domain and in the Tianwu continent, this person must be a major power." Everyone felt relieved. Since there was someone who could stop him, there was no need for him to worry. Supreme God laughed bitterly. "My cultivation can only deduce that there is a demon slayer here, but whether it is a person or a group of people, whether he is human, or demon, I cannot deduce. Moreover, the heavenly diagram shows that there are too many variables within the demon slayer that even the heavens cannot control. The Tianwu continent was a calamity. Luckily it was prosperous, but right now I can't be sure." The huge boulder that had originally been placed down was once again suspended in the air. The expressions of all the elders tensed up. "Supreme God, then what can we do?" "We have to do something, don't we? What happens is man-made. Even if the heavens decide, as long as it is within one's capabilities, it should be able to change a little, right?" They were all training in the heavenly Tao. Being awed by the Tao of the heavens, he was also meditating on it. Supreme God became silent. He didn't know how to respond. The prompt on the heavenly axis was too vague. Who exactly is the demon slayer? Where is it? After a long time. Next year, God Emperor Academy will make a large-scale disciple selection. Regardless of whether he is human, or demon, as long as he wants to enter God Emperor Academy, he can participate in the assessment. Huh! Supreme God, can even demons do it? This is against the school's rules. That's right, the students of the God Emperor Academy are all devoted to immortality. Can the devils cultivate it? Furthermore, if the demons were to enter the God Emperor Academy, the consequences would be. It's not easy for us to manage it either. This decision broke the historical routine, and they were somewhat unable to accept it. The Supreme God said slightly, "We have to do something extraordinary under extreme circumstances. Since we do not know who the demon slayer is and who can stop this calamity, we can only follow the will of the heavens and let the heavens decide. Be it humans, or demons, they are all members of the Tianwu continent. They all have the right and the responsibility to protect this continent. As long as we guide them with good intentions, I believe that they will definitely be able to get along peacefully. One of them is the demon slayer we're looking for." It was the only way he could think of. Whether it was useful or not, he still had to give it a try. This was the only thing they could do right now. As for the consequences? Then let the heavens decide. Once all demons appeared, the world would be thrown into chaos. Just because Long Fei had destroyed the balance of the ancient code. Long Fei was completely unaware of this. If he knew this would happen, he would still do it. He would still do it. He would even laugh foolishly. Wow! Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? Because the Tianwu continent had many more level boss that they could kill. This was what was so great about them. Add brilliance to this world. Ha ha ha! A strong light shot out. Long Fei became excited. Welcome back to the human world. Chapter 28_8419/2356812. Schwa! Schwa! The 9 secret underworld finches descended. Long Fei left Sea Demon City, and came here from the underworld. After Long Fei and the Sky Spirit landed on the ground, the 9 secret underworld finches cried out a few times. Long Fei frowned. What? Next, the 9 secret underworld finches' body started to slowly turn into streaks of fluorescent light, and gradually disappeared. What's the situation with the royal elder? What happened to the 9 secret underworld finches? Long Fei was extremely anxious in his heart. He still had a lot of feelings for this 9 secret underworld finches, and even though it was not his own war pet, he treated it as his brother. If not for him, Long Fei would not have been able to enter the underworld. It was impossible to obtain so many things, to upgrade so many levels, and to still save Xie and obtain the Yuling Guardian Warrior. The Yan Huang ancestor said slightly, "It can only enter the underworld once in its life, and once after entering, it will die. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you would feel burdened." He knew it all along. Moreover, as the master of the Dark Crow King, he was naturally well aware of this. Long Fei's heart sank. Looking at the last bit of silhouette of the 9 secret underworld finches, he said solemnly, "Thank you." At this moment, buzz! The glow on the 9 secret underworld finches' body completely disappeared, and from within the glow fell a sparkling and translucent amber-like object, which landed in Long Fei's hand. Yan Huang ancestor's mind shook. Phoenix tears. Huh! Long Fei was shocked. What is a phoenix tears? Yan Huang ancestor said excitedly. Unexpectedly, I really didn't think that the 9 secret underworld finches actually broke through another realm in the underworld's time. And I didn't expect her to be moved by you. Ha ha ha! Yan Huang ancestor laughed loudly. There was a trace of helplessness within his laughter. He was once the master of the Dark Crow King, but he did not obtain the Phoenix Tears. Dark Crow King will choose Long Fei. In other words, the 9 secret underworld finches recognized her new master, Long Fei. The so-called Phoenix Tears is a type of energy that contains the power of the phoenix. This is also the direction in which the 9 secret underworld finches will evolve. The phoenix, because of the relationship she had after entering the underworld, she can't evolve anymore, but she will condense all of her power into this drop of phoenix tears and wait for the chance to reincarnate. Long Fei was shocked. Rebirth? The Yan Huang ancestor said. He has already experienced nirvana rebirth and is currently waiting for the day of rebirth. This phoenix tears can only be reborn by women. Why would it choose you? The forefather didn't understand this either. In that instant, Long Fei immediately thought of a girl, Jojo. He immediately became excited and thought to himself, "It's about time to return to the Long family." Jojo's playful and shy appearance kept on lingering in his mind. Every time he thought of Long Fei, he would laugh in his heart. Jojo was the only person who treated him well when he came to this world. Heh heh. Little girl, I missed you. Long Fei smiled slightly in his heart. At this moment, a few of the Devil Sect disciples suddenly surrounded Long Fei and the Heavenly Spirit. Who is it? He dares to wander around the Scarlet Demon City? He obviously isn't a good person. Capture him first, then hand him to Lord Crimson Soul. Long Fei frowned. His expression recovered and he muttered, Lord Red Soul? Isn't this Sea Demon City? How did it become Red Soul City? Last time, he clearly killed that Scarlet Soul old man. Why is there another one? The Sky Spirit leaned to the side, expressionless. His heart was still incomparably sorrowful. Looking at where his mother was going to die, it was as if his heart was being torn apart. He coldly said, You'd better open up a little death for me. Heh heh. Brat, your tone is quite arrogant. You dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? I think you're not waiting for him to finish. Shwa. A streak of purple-black flames streaked across. The 6 surrounding demon disciples immediately turned into black charcoal, then burst apart, transforming into a pile of ashes. You're courting death. Long Fei wanted him to leave a live one for her, but before she could say anything, it was all gone. Long Fei sighed and said, "Your movements are too fast." The celestial spirit looked at him and said, "They deserve to die." He still resented Long Fei a little in his heart, but he knew that if Long Fei didn't bring him along, his mother would still die, and he would also die somewhere else. He was incomparably moved by Long Fei's kneeling on the 9 secret underworld finches. Even if he couldn't get through, he couldn't say for sure. It might take some time to cure him. Long Fei replied, "I'm making a trip to see Demon City." Perfect. The steel mixtures need to increase the amount of refining. There is only a year left until the agreed time. Hong Tianjun, I'm here. Long Fei's heart sank. Long Fei did not know that the underworld's time was different from the real world's. And then he turned into a ball of light and flew in to see Demon City. At this moment, the sky spirit also followed him. Boom! Boom! 2 rays of light fell on the square of the Demon Imperial Palace. This place was completely different from when Long Fei had left. Crimson Soul Demonic Chi. What's going on? Long Fei's heart tightened. At this time, the guards surrounding the square rushed up. Who dares to behave so atrociously in the Scarlet Soul Imperial Palace? Long Fei was about to speak. However, in the next second, these guards were reduced to ashes, as if they had been burnt into charcoal. Long Fei said, "Can you let me ask you something?" The man leaned against the wall and said nothing. At this moment, a deep voice resounded from the palace. "Who dares to be so impudent here? Are you tired of living?" Boom! The ball of light exploded within the palace and landed on the plaza. The Scarlet Soul Demon, Venerable Red Soul. He had reoccupied the Sea Devil Emperor and turned it into the current Scarlet Soul Demon City. Venerable Red Soul's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "You 2 trash dared to barge into my Scarlet Demon City." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei interrupted him and said, "Don't be cocky, let me ask you, isn't this Sea Demon City? How did it become Red Soul Demon City?" Venerable Red Soul coldly snorted, "You dare to speak to me in such a tone, I think you're courting death." Long Fei was also enraged, his body moved, and his right leg descended. Boom! He stepped on Venerable Red Soul under his feet and asked sinisterly, "I ask you again, why did Sea Demon City become Crimson Soul Demon City? What cultivation level was Venerable Red Soul at?" The War Emperor, a peerlessly strong existence, was much more powerful than the Scarlet Soul Old Man back then. However, being stomped over in an instant, and even being stomped on by Long Fei without being able to release even a trace of resistance, was absolutely stomping. Baidu's sister-in-law A half. Floating Life strongest upgrade system. What was absolute suppression? This was it. What did the peak of War Emperor level 9 count for? Long Fei's current cultivation was level 9 War God. Long Fei's eyes became angry and he shouted, "Speak, what happened?" Chapter 38_8419/2356813. Long Fei had a bad premonition. Long Fei had a bad premonition. Venerable Red Soul was no longer arrogant. His face was pale and his lips started trembling. In the past, we were called Demon Sea City. Our Red Soul race sent me here and then we became Demon Scarlet City. When did this happen? Long Fei was furious. Venerable Red Soul immediately said, half a year ago. Bullshit. Half a year ago I was still here. Where did this guy come from? Long Fei's voice became even colder. Venerable Red Soul cried, "I really didn't lie to you, I really didn't lie to you. It's been almost 2 years since this place was abandoned, and we only dared to come when the 8 great demon sects were destroyed and the South Horizon region was in chaos. We definitely didn't lie to you." Long Fei asked, The 8 great demon sects have been annihilated? Venerable Red Soul immediately spoke out. The 8 great demon sects were annihilated by a fellow called Long Fei. He also disappeared for over a year, and the only thing left in the 8 great demon sects that was not under the control of the sect was the Evil Sound Peak. The rest of the places were under the control of the sect. With the big sects like Nantian sect under their control, everything I say is true. More than a year? I disappeared for over a year? Long Fei's heart trembled. He only stayed in the underworld for more than 10 days. How did he disappear for more than a year? I disappeared for more than a year? The 8 great demon sects only have one Evil Sound Peak? What happened? Yen Huang ancestor said, dead people have their own time system. Living people have their own time system. That is to say, one day in the underworld, a month in the real world? Long Fei became more and more worried. At this moment, Long Fei's eyes opened wide, his heart suddenly filled with worry, and he asked, have you guys seen the day of's wedding ceremony? Venerable Red Soul said, not yet. There's only half a month until it's time. That day is also the day of all the sex competitions in the South Horizon region. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! If I'm half a day late. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, and became a little afraid. Half a month, and time comes in a rush. And then, Long Fei asked, what is the situation with the Evil Sound Peak? Venerable Red Soul continued. The Evil Sound Peak has always been standing guard, but as far as I know, in order to obtain the Evil Sound Sect's wedding as a gift, many experts have already rushed to the Evil Sound Sect. Those 2 people probably won't be able to hold on. Huff! Long Fei let out a breath, turned and shouted, collect all the strong demonic spirit grass from the Scarlet Soul Demon City within 1 day. Remember, you only have 1 chance. These spirit grass must be collected. If he wanted to refine a large amount of steel mixture, he would not be able to use them, but Li Yuanba and the others could definitely use them. Venerable Red Soul crawled up from the ground, not daring to disobey, because the power that exploded out from Long Fei's body was simply too terrifying. Venerable Red Soul quickly sent people to collect the spirit grass. Long Fei was waiting at the Imperial Palace Plaza, frowning slightly between his brows. I didn't think that so many things would happen after I left for so long. He had always thought that it would only take a dozen days. But the Heaven Sect's strength has already surpassed Nantian Sect's, and has become the number 1 sect in the entire South Horizon region. Long Fei said slightly, compared to 3 years ago, the speed at which the power of the Rushing Sky sect increased was too fast. If he wanted to trample Hong Tianjun to death, he had to be well prepared. This time, Long Fei absolutely could not lose again. A day passed quickly. Long Fei summoned his god's devil ancient case and swallowed all of those fierce magic herbs into the myriad demon's blood pool for modification. And then, Long Fei glanced at the Scarlet Soul Sovereign, then said slightly, this matter has been handled well. Thank you, my lord, for your praise. Venerable Red Soul was incomparably humble, and didn't even dare to straighten his body. Long Fei said faintly, you should be glad for your hard work. Otherwise, he did not continue. At this time, Long Fei faintly said, Heavenly Spirit, let's go. Venerable Red Soul took a step forward, gathered up his courage, and asked, Lord, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me your name? He wanted to know. When did the South Horizon region produce such a powerhouse? And he didn't look more than 20. Long Fei summoned his fire and ice and said faintly, Long Fei. Then, with a flap of its wings, the fire and ice wings disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Long Fei? This name. Venerable Red Soul's eyes shook. Didn't he disappear? Is he the one who exterminated the 8 great demon sects? It's the god's devil successor? The person who crushed the old man? It's only been a year, and yet his cultivation base. Beyond the War Emperor realm. Oh my god! Venerable Redsal's body shook and he fell to the ground. In almost an instant, he made a decision. All of the Scarlet Soul clans leave the South Horizon region. They will never step foot into the South Horizon region again. At the entrance of the 10,000 Een Forbidden Land, Xie Yun rushed out of the Forbidden Grounds and said, "Brothers, are you going to let us resist together? Our cultivation is already not weak." During this year, the remaining hundreds of female disciples weren't threatened at all. They had been wholeheartedly cultivating, and in the 10,000 Een Forbidden Land, their cultivations were even faster. Right now, Xie Yun's cultivation had already reached War Emperor level 6. 1/3 of the other female disciples had already stepped into the War Emperor realm, and the rest were all in the high level of the War Master. I have to thank Li Yuanba and Arhat for this whole year of time. If it wasn't for the two of them protecting me unwaveringly, I'm afraid they would have already left this world. Li Yuanba's entire body was covered with scars. He laughed. Sister Xie Yun, you guys can cultivate in peace. We will definitely not let these beasts take a step into the 10,000 Een Forbidden Grounds, and even more so, will not let them hurt you. The boss is gone. It is up to us to protect you. Arhat also said lightly. Long Fei was not here, so they had been defending this place the entire time. Moreover, how many miles had Long Fei disappeared during the first year? Everyone believed that Long Fei had died, but they had always firmly believed that he would definitely return and live. Ha ha ha! Can you protect it? This is the last bit of the Evil Sound Peak. As long as we break through this place, I want to see how you will protect the Evil Sound sect. I heard that the female disciples of the Evil Sound sect are all extremely spirited, able to make people want to die. I will definitely try it later, ha ha ha. Brothers! This is the only valley in Evil Sound sect. If we capture it, we will have our young master's wedding in 13 days. This is the best present we can give to the young master. Equals semi/floating life plus. Kill! In the distance, Gu Hun said slightly, "Should we make a move?" Wild Ghost was about to attack when he heard a cold voice from between his eyebrows. Someone is coming. Chapter 48_8419/2356814. Over the past year, the Celestial Sect rose to prominence. Over the past year, the Celestial Sect rose to prominence. At the same time, it was also crazily nibbling away at all the sects and clans of the South Horizon region. If you do not comply, the entire sect will be exterminated. Zone. The massacre of the 8 great demon sects by Long Fei had made the Heaven sect even more fearless, and they frantically took over the locations of those sections. With the 8 demon sect 4 devils occupied by the Heaven sect, the Evil Sound sect was determined to win. In order to seize the Evil Sound sect before Hong Tianjuan's wedding, there were even more mysterious experts who came this time. In this year and more, Li Yuanba and Arhat had gone through hundreds of battles, and their bodies were also covered with scars. However, the two of them had never regretted it, because, from the day they followed Long Fei, they knew that the road they were walking on was definitely not ordinary. Li Yuanba still carried the Xian sarcophagus on his back as he turned to look at Xie Yun and said, "Sister Xie Yun, you go in first." Xie Yun looked at Li Yuanba as her heart was filled with doubts. What kind of people are they in the end? What exactly did Sect Master Long Fei teach them? Such a man. It's rare, but in the past, our Evil Sound sect never trusted men, but now we have been saved by them time and time again. Xie Yun looked at the firm expression in their eyes, and then at the densely packed crowd of people charging out of the valley. Her heart secretly tightened as she shouted in her heart, "Sect Master, where are you? Come back quickly." Li Yuanba grinned and laughed excitedly. "OL3, the final battle, is there anything you want to say?" The King Kong exorcism wand in Arhat's hands shook, and the blood demon inscription on top of his head flashed with a bloody light. He laughed madly and said, F*ck him to death. Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I want. Liuanba clenched the lightning in his hands tightly. His gaze stared straight at the experts who came crushing down from the sky. His gaze tensed up, and he shouted, F*ck him to death. Kill! Boom! Liuanba's body charged forward, transforming into a straight line as the angry thunder hammer in his hand rumbled down. Boom! With his brain ruptured, he was killed in an instant. The Arhat King Kong lowered its wand for a while, then started chanting. Holy Buddha's power from the depths of its body started to circulate, and the power of Demon Fighter burst out. The red light on his body trembled. Facing the people rushing towards the forbidden land of 10,000 een, he roared heavily, You want to go in? Unless you step over my body. Af! Buzz buzz! A Buddhist light rushed up from the Arhat's body, shining with golden light. A giant Buddha burst out with a powerful force, pushing back all those flying towards it by 100 meters. Several people were directly killed. Liuanba leaped high into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, it landed in the middle of the crowd. With hundreds of people attacking from all sides, Liuanba grinned and laughed. The power in his arms moved. God power? Ah! Liuanba roared out, the veins on his entire body bulged, and the blood vein of the Titan God activated, linking it to the twin hammers. The thunder and lightning on the twin hammers were replaced with a dark and scary demon aura. Lei knew. Liuanba's twin hammers came crashing down, blast. Rumble! 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 Boom! Boom! Countless bolts of lightning appeared on the ground, causing it to shake violently. The surrounding people were all shocked to the point that they were seeing stars. Liuanba took a step forward. What the F***k? Bang bang bang. Twin hammers were arrogant. Each time they would be one-hit kill. It was incomparably terrifying. He was a god of death. The dense crowd was once again pushed back by Liuanba and the Arhat. A bunch of trash. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the forest. Shwa! His figure was like lightning, and a fierce wind was blowing towards him. Bam! With a palm hitting Liuanba's chest, one of the elders looked up and revealed a sneer of disdain. Break! Boom! A thick and dense power directly rushed into Liuanba's body, and like a meat grinder, it directly rushed out from his back. Liuanba spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly becoming extremely pale as he staggered backwards. Second brother. Arhat's face sank, then he took a step forward. It was also at this time. Humph! Your opponent is me. Shwa! An afterimage descended and landed in front of the Arhat. A skinny old man stopped the Arhat's path and revealed a disdainful sneer. His 5 fingers moved and he shouted, I want to see how strong your body is. The shadow moved. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed onto the blood-red rune on the Arhat's head. Let me suppress it. The power from his 5 fingers was like 5 bolts of lightning striking Arhat's mind. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Arhat's legs were smashed into the ground, and it vomited out blood. The pain was unbearable. Absolute twin evils. A powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level of the War Emperor. This was a mysterious rancor from the Celestial Sect who dared to take down the Evil Sound Sect before Hong Tianjuan's wedding. Ha ha ha! The twin baleful Qi is powerful indeed. Who can defend against a powerhouse at the peak of War Emperor level 9? Let's see how they can still act so arrogantly. The disciples in the forest all laughed out loud complacently. This past year, he had been driven beyond his control by Liuanba and Arhat, and now, he finally had a chance to vent his anger. Big guy, let's see if you can still act so arrogantly. Ha ha! The time has come for those who go against their will to die, for those who go against their will to unite the South Horizon region to unite the Heaven Sect. Third brother. Li Yuanba roared and smashed forward with his hammer. You still want to resist? Humph! You overestimate yourself! The figure of an old man moved again, with a single step. He appeared in front of Li Yuanba, with both of his palms moving together. He shouted, Get down! Boom! Boom! With the sleigh in his palm, Li Yuanba's 3-meter-tall body was immediately sent flying. He crashed into a rock, and after the rock shattered, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Xie Yun did not care that much as he led all 400 female disciples to charge out. All of them are as beautiful as jade and as beautiful as the celestial immortals. The rumors aren't false at all. Ha ha ha! I've been holding it in for a year. Today I must have a good time. Ha ha ha! Seize all of them! At this moment, Xie Yun's sword moved and said, Fight it out with them. Li Yuanba heavily smacked the ground and then, he stood up with his back turned. However, before he could make a move, he was knocked over with a palm strike, and a foot stepped on his head. Little bastard, you have no right to resist in front of me. It was the same in the Arhat. He was knocked to the ground. The two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They're going to die. But there was not the slightest hint of regret in their eyes. Li Yuanba roared, Come, I will become a good man again in 18 years, come. Go to hell. The old man was infuriated as he sent a palm strike down. At this moment, the Xian Shen sarcophagus on Li Yuanba's back suddenly trembled, the shaking becoming more and more intense, causing the entire valley to shake. Li Yuanba's eyes shook. Boss. Chapter 5. Thank you for your support. 8_8419/2356815. In a year's time, the two of them had been battling and breaking through at the same time. In a year's time, the two of them had been battling and breaking through at the same time. However, if they were going to fight against a 6th-level war emperor cultivator, a 5th-level warrior would be fine, but a 9th-level war emperor cultivator was already above their limit. He couldn't bear it. In just a little more than a year's time, only the 8 Vajra possessed such strength. A monstrous existence. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The Xian Shen sarcophagus was trembling intensely. The entire valley was shaking, and it could not even stand steadily. All the battles had stopped as well. Elder, what happened? A major earthquake? What's going on? He can't even stand. Don't worry about it so much, let me grab a little beauty to enjoy myself first, ha ha ha. The Een Fire and Een Fire looked at each other. With a sinister look and a sinister killing intent, Elder Een smashed his palm towards Li Yuanba's head and shouted, It doesn't matter who comes, as long as they come, you will die. Li Yuanba was not afraid at all. He grinned and laughed excitedly. You will die. Arhat too laughed excitedly and laughed loudly. He's here. Boss, you're finally back. Ha ha ha. Xie Yun and the Evil Sound sect female disciples looked around, but they did not see anything. Where did they see the sect leader's figure? Elder Een glared at him. You must be faking your death. The instant his palm landed, the Xian Shen sarcophagus on Li Yuanba's back suddenly moved. With a swing, a huge sword flew out. A figure appeared. One fell, one took, one finger. The huge sword was pointed at the middle of Elder Yin's forehead. The tip of the sword had cut through the skin on his forehead. At this moment, if you have the guts, try it yourself. He was like the god of death. In that instant, the tremors in the valley stopped, the battle stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the silhouette that just landed on the ground. Everyone's expression was twisting. The Evil Sound sect female disciple's eyes revealed pleasant surprise, and was shocked, as though she was boiling up all of a sudden. However, they were so excited that they couldn't say a word. The crowd gathered around the Sky sect were all at a loss, as they thought to themselves, who the hell is this guy? Isn't it too cool? Only Li Yuanba and Arhat were laughing idiotically. Elder Een didn't dare to move. A drop of blood flowed down his nose. He raised his eyes slightly and asked, You, who are you? Is it important? Long Fei said coldly. At this moment, seeing the empty space behind Long Fei and the explosive power of War Emperor level 9 in his body, Elder Ju roared out in his heart. Boom! His figure was like a ghost as he grabbed the back of Xiang Long Fei's head and said, Go and die. Long Fei did not move. Arhut laughed, You're courting death. Li Yuanba also laughed, I'm going to die. At the moment of lightning flash, Long Fei frowned. He suddenly grabbed onto the gigantic sword with his left hand, smiled, and said coldly, I said you are not to move a bit, I want your life. As soon as he finished, the greatsword was split in half. His left hand moved. Shwa! An astonishing sword intent stabbed out. The elder suddenly stopped as a sharp glint of light flashed across his eyes. His pupils dilated before he finally glared at the elder. His body was no longer able to move. Crack! A head flew into the air. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Elder Ju for obtaining 120 experience, 100 true chi, and 100 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 102 spirit stones. F***CK. Long Fei shouted angrily, his heart feeling unwell. Isn't this experience too little? War Emperor Realm used to have 5 million experience points, but now that War Emperor level 9 only has a little more than 1,000 experience points, what the heck is going on? His previous experience of killing millions of War Emperor Realm S was now only left with a little more than 1,000 points. Previously, he was only a War Elder, a War Master Reem, but now he was a level 9 War God. In the past, killing monsters above one's cultivation realm meant that one had a lot of experience points. But now, he was simply slaughtering low-level monsters, so he naturally didn't have much experience. It's fine if he doesn't have any experience, but he didn't even explode. This is too darned. Long Fei could not help but retort. At this time, the head fell to the ground, blood spurting out. The entire valley had become completely silent, so quiet that it made their scalps go numb. War Emperor level 9, 1 sword kill. Moreover, Long Fei did not even look at him before he swung his sword down. This was too damn strong, too handsome, too cool. This bastard wasn't even human. Elder Yin's body trembled. He was afraid. From birth until now, this was the first time that he had been this scared. He said lightly, I was only following orders, please be magnanimous. Plop! Elder Een knelt down. Unwell. This is too unbearable, the feeling of a sword pressed between my eyebrows is too unbearable. Li Yuanba crawled up from the ground, looked at Long Fei with extreme excitement and said, Boss. Arhut also walked up and said excitedly, Boss. Xie Yun looked at Long Fei, also incomparably excited. Kneeling down on one knee, he said in a heavy voice, Greetings, Sect Master. We pay our respects to the Grand Master. Over 400 female disciples shouted in unison. His voice was deafening. At this moment, the motley crowd finally reacted. Master? Long Fei? Long Fei from the 7 Great Demons sect? Isn't he dead? Why would he appear here? That's impossible. At this time, Long Fei looked at Elder Een coldly and laughed coldly. After hitting my brother, kneeling for a moment is fine? Li Yuanba's fist shook and he said, Boss, leave it to me. Long Fei retracted his huge sword and said, I'm giving it to you. He muttered in his heart, Anyway, it's just 1,200 experience points. Right now, I need 1 billion experience points to level up. Sigh. Your baby is suffering. Li Yuanba kicked Elder Een onto the ground and pounced forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. He roared loudly. Hit me, I'm asking you to hit me, I'm asking you to hit me. Hit me again. You want to kill me? Make your move now. Because he had been completely crushed by the pressure released from Long Fei's body, to the point where he could not even release a single thread of true qi. This kind of crushing pressure was too unbearable, even more unbearable than death. Li Yuanba attacked crazily, his fists hitting flesh. See this? The mob within the valley began to retreat. Many of them turned around to flee. Strongest upgrade system, Long Fei said coldly. Did I let you leave? They just wanted to leave and never want to see Long Fei again. Long Fei's eyes became cold, and he shouted out coldly, Holy Spirit, kill them all! A ball of black flame wrapped around the entire valley. Chapter 18_8419/2356816. Long Fei's voice fell. Long Fei's voice fell. Violet-black flames filled the valley. Then, a bolt of purple lightning flashed past, and a figure landed. His eyes slightly shifted as he shouted, Explode! Bang, bang, bang! All the people in the valley turned into black charcoal, and then their bodies exploded and fell to the ground, turning into dust. All dead. Not a single one remained. After doing all of this, the heavenly spirit was leaning against a big tree with a blade of grass in its mouth and a cold expression on its face. A cold mess. Arhat stared at him, and the King Kong exorcism wand began to tremble crazily. The power of the Holy Buddha in his body also moved faintly. Long Fei smiled slightly. Don't worry, he's also a brother. Obviously, the power of the Holy Buddha on the Arhat's body, as well as the power of the demon fiends, were all trembling. They could clearly feel the baleful Yin force in the heavenly spirit's body, and the heavenly spirit was not human at all. Long Fei said. The Arhat's aura shook, and the power of the Holy Buddha and the power of demon subduing was suppressed. He was able to control it now. While Arhat was staring at the Sky Spirit was also staring at Arhat. In his heart, he was also secretly shocked. Such powerful strength. He was still a little apprehensive. At this moment, Elder Yin was already on the verge of death. Long Fei slightly loosened her pressure and said, Let him live, I have something to say. Li Yuanba punched down and said, Arrogant, why don't you continue being arrogant now? Damn it, the anger that I have been holding in for a whole year has finally been vented out today. And then, Li Yuanba stood up, looked at the heavenly spirit in the distance, and laughed. There's another brother. What's your name? Forget it. Who cares what his name is? From today onwards, you are number 4. Li Yuanba was always naive and stupid to his own people. As long as they were Long Fei's brothers, they were his brothers. From the very beginning, he had felt that the power on Li Yuanba's body was not simple. Now that he looked at it from a distance, it was even more extraordinary. The heavenly spirit looked at Li Yuanba but did not say a word. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, He can be considered number 5, 4th bro went to another place. Huh. Alright, then you're OL 5. Li Yuanba laughed. The Sky Spirit looked on unhappily, its mouth slightly parted. It was slightly unhappy about the rankings. Long Fei was too lazy to care about him. He walked in front of Clan Elder Yin, looked at him who had turned into a bloody mess, laughed and said, Feels good? Elder Yin's body was trembling. He would rather be beaten by Li Yuanba than face him. Too terrifying. Elder Yin started to tremble and said, Long Fei, what do you want? Long Fei laughed. I'm not thinking of anything, I just wanted you to bring a message to Hong Tianjun. Just say that I, Long Fei, have returned, and it's that simple. Elder Yin's body continued to shrink back as he said, Is that all? Long Fei said, That's it. Oh. Right, if he doesn't appear domineering enough, add another sentence. Just say it, I will smack the feces on his but out of his mouth. Elder Yin frowned. Even though he was disdainful, he didn't dare to show it. Compared to Long Fei, He felt that Hong Tianjun, the young master, was at an even higher cultivation level. Seeing him in a daze, Long Fei's face turned cold and said, "Still not leaving? Would you like to stay for lunch?" Elder Yin reacted and used all of his strength to quickly escape. Li Yuanba said, "Boss, you're letting him go just like that?" Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, it's to let him live for a few more days, he will still die anyway." "All right. I now have a task for you all." There were still over 10 days left. Long Fei should start preparing now. He let Elder Yin go so that he wouldn't be disturbed for the rest of the time. When Clan Elder Yin returned to the Heaven Sect, they would definitely not send anyone to attack Evil Sound Sect anymore. They would definitely prepare for the competition in the sect, as well as Hong Tianjuan's marriage. Moreover, Long Fei did not want to sneak up to the Heaven Sect. He was going to steal the bride. To steal the bride, he had to rob them openly. What was the point of sneaking around? He wanted to hug Luluashi in his arms in front of Hong Tianjun, just like this. Returning to the Evil Sound Palace. It was a mess, killing and looting. The Evil Sound Sect was already in a state of disarray. When Long Fei looked at all of this, his heart was filled with rage. Xiang Tian Sect, just you wait. The rage in his heart retracted. Long Fei said, "This past year, the sect has expanded too quickly, stealing my Devil Sect's territory. I want all of you to snatch back all of the 7 great demon sects' land within 10 days. Those who block us die. Regardless of whether or not we can take over the territory, the Devil Sect's territory is the Devil Sect's territory. No one should even think about getting their hands on it. This is a principle." Everything that was devoured by the Rising Sky Sect, Long Fei had asked him to spit it out too. Li Yuanba said excitedly, "Leave this matter to me and OL3, they have been beaten up for a year, now it's time to beat up someone else." Arhut said, "I have no problems." Xie Yun said, "Sect Master, what about us?" Long Fei looked at Xie Yun, who was already at the high level of the War Emperor, and said, "You guys." Not waiting for him to finish, the female disciples behind Xie Yun all became anxious and said, "Sect Master, we can also help, we also want revenge." "That's right, Sect Leader, don't make us cultivate again. We've been holding it in for a year." "Exactly. Master." All of them were drop-dead gorgeous beauties. Looking at it made one feel incomparably comfortable. Long Fei thought for a bit, then laughed. First day of the new year, great sect competition in the southern domain, great marriage ceremony for Hong Tianjun. When the time comes, come with me and be my tug of war. To be able to bring so many beautiful girls with him, how cool was that? Xie Yun stared blankly for a moment before asking, "Sect Master, what do you mean by pulling a team?" Long Fei laughed, "Help me cheer. With your cheers, my fighting strength will increase by 500%, ha ha." "Right. One more thing." Long Fei asked in his heart, "Ancestor, how is it?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "It's about time." Long Fei's palm moved, summoning the god's devil ancient case out. Xie Qin's body floated up from the ancient box. Long Fei hugged her, looked at her rosy red face, and said excitedly, "Sis, it's time to wake up, we're home." Xie Qin's long eyelashes blinked, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that entered her vision was Long Fei, and at this moment her tears flowed down, as she sobbed like a child in Long Fei's embrace. "Woo-woo. Do you know how dangerous it is, do you know?" The small hand struck onto Long Fei's chest like a little woman acting coquettishly. Besides the Sky Spirit Sect, everyone in the Great Hall Sect was shocked. Xie Qin is alive. Sister-in-law of 1-/ health. Strongest upgrade system. Xie Yun covered his mouth and forcefully held back his tears. How could it be possible for someone to be revived by Long Fei? At this moment, the affability level with Long Fei had already risen to 10,000 points. As long as Long Fei said it, all of them were willing to serve Long Fei. Everyone at once. Chapter 2, Thanks for your support. 8_8419/2356817. With a promise, he entered the underworld. With a promise, he entered the underworld. Seize the souls and souls of the dead, make the dead come back to life. Who could do it? Long Fei can. This moved them immensely. To think that there would be such a good man in this world. Their hearts were intoxicated. Sis, someone is watching us. Long Fei smiled faintly. Xie Qin turned around to look, and her face blushed even more as she quickly stood up from Long Fei's embrace. Xie Yun walked forward and hugged Xie Qin, and said excitedly, "Junior sister apprentice, we had thought that we would never be able to see you again. Senior sister." All of the female disciples were crying loudly. After a long time, Long Fei said, "The matters of the Evil Sound sect will be managed by the two of you. There are still about 10 days' worth of time. This might be a tough battle." Long Fei was now a level 9 war god. But what cultivation did Hong Tianjun have first? He did not know. Just how strong was the Heaven sect? He didn't know. He only knew one thing. He was determined to get this marriage. After all the orders had been given, the celestial spirit finally spoke. "What about me?" Long Fei looked at the sky spirit and asked, "You? Your enemy is not in the South Horizon region. We won't be able to leave the South Horizon region for a while, so you should follow Yuan Ba and the others for now." The genie nodded slightly. Liu Ba carried the heavenly spirit in his arms, caressed its little bald head and said, "OL5, follow me and I'll guarantee to make you feel good about it, hee." The sky spirit struggled, but he couldn't stop himself. No one had ever dared to do this to him. He actually dared to treat me as a toy. When Long Fei saw this, he burst out laughing in his heart. "All right. Everyone, get back to work. Remember one thing. On the first day of the new year, we must catch up with the Heaven sect." Long Fei emphasized. Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood!" And then, Liu Ba then pulled the sky spirit and Arhat out of the great hall, transforming into a ball of light and quickly disappeared into the horizon, flying towards the demon sect's territory. Xie Qin stepped forward and asked, "Sect Master, what about you?" Long Fei let out a long breath and said, "I want to return home for a while. It's been almost 3 years, I should be able to return home to take a look." At this moment, Long Fei was like a wanderer, filled with extreme yearning. He missed his grandfather, missed his uncle, missed everything about Long family. She missed Jojo, the leopard girl, Shadow and the others even more. Ice and fire. Let's go. Long Fei summoned his fire and ice and stepped onto it. With a flap of his fire and ice wings, he soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. One day later, the great Heaven sect in the Grand Hall. "What did you say? He's not dead." "He disappeared for over a year, and now he has returned? Where has he been all this year?" Hearing Elder Yin's report, the elders in the hall burst into an uproar. Long Fei had baptized the 8 great demon sects in blood. Long Fei was a well-known figure in the entire South Horizon region, rising like a comet, yet vanishing like a meteor. During this year, there were countless rumors about Long Fei. Some said that he was accepted by the God Emperor Academy, some said that he died in the Blood Sea sect, and some said that he was killed by Nantian sect's expert. Most of the rumors said he was dead. But now, he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and was even suppressing a powerhouse of the 9th level of the War Emperor. Hong Wantu's brows secretly tightened and said solemnly, "Long Fei." Great Elder Dongfang Hai said slightly, "Sect Master, isn't it just a Long Fei? Even if he were to break through the 9th level of the War Emperor and enter the War God's domain, what can he do? Just with Long Fei he wants to overturn the heavens?" Dongfang Jian's father, Dongfang Hai. Because of Dongfang Jian, Dongfang Hai especially hated him. These years, He continuously suppressed Long family. Moreover, as long as they were disciples of the Yuan Long dynasty, the Xiang Tian sect would not accept them. Furthermore, he even spread the news that if the other sects dared to accept disciples of the Yuan Long dynasty, then they would be going against the Xiang Tian sect. No matter how strong a clan was, they wouldn't be able to go against a sect. Killing a clan was far too easy. Xiao Feng said, "Sect Master, should we inform young Master about this? After all, this is for the young lord." All the elders looked at Hong Wantu. Hong Wantu shook his head. Jur is currently in an important period of closed-door cultivation, so we absolutely cannot be disturbed. Furthermore, that expert also doesn't want us to disturb them. I can't tell Jur about this. He couldn't distract his son. He really did not put a single Long Fei in his eyes. His son was even less of a threat. Currently, he could be said to be the leader of the South Horizon region. In the South Horizon region, the Heavens sect was the sky, and no one could hope to overturn the heavens. I was worried. Now, Hong Wantu wasn't worried at all. Because, God Emperor Academy, Hong Wantu said slightly, how can a mere Long Fei overturn the heavens? Does he think we are ants? As long as he dares to come, I will make him lose his life. His body suddenly exploded with the aura of a war god's peak realm. The entire palace was in an uproar. Hong Wantu absolutely would not allow anyone to destroy the Heaven sect, and even more so, would not allow anyone to harm his son. His son was currently the strongest in the South Horizon region, and would be the strongest in the immortal domain in the future. He was the strongest in the Sky Martial continent, and might even become a demon slayer. He firmly believed in this. Hong Tianjun was in closed-door cultivation. Lu Luoxi was also in closed-door cultivation. After Xiao Tiantian received the news that he was back, he was no longer able to cultivate in peace. He had been guarding the entrance of Lu Luoxi's secret room, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Yi Zian was the same. Xiao Tiantian's eyes revealed excitement. Coming, coming! Long Fei is coming! 2 years passed. Xiao Tiantian was even more adorable than before, but the most important thing was that she had been raised by a lot. Yi Zian was also incomparably excited. The 3-year agreement is about to arrive. Xiao Tiantian grabbed onto Yi Zian's hand. Second senior sister, seize the marriage, the woman who is the #1 genius of the South Horizon region. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. If someone can do this for me, don't mention marrying him, I won't hesitate to die for him. Xiao Tiantian's face was filled with fantasies. She was too excited. Thinking about the scene of Long Fei falling from the sky, she couldn't help but become excited. Yi Zian teased, "Junior sister apprentice, it's spring again. When Long Fei comes, let him snatch you too." Hee. Second senior sister, I want to as well. Xiao Tiantian muttered, I don't know if Long Fei, that scoundrel, will still remember me. Yi Zian smiled and said, I might not remember it in the past, but... She grabbed onto Xiao Tiantian's chest and rubbed hard, then exclaimed, Wow, even though it's bigger, looking at that big chest, Long Fei still needs to remember it. Xiao Tiantian's face was flushed red, her breasts straightened. Although she had nurtured them well over the past 2 years, she was still weaker than Yi Zian. =semi/floating life plus. Suddenly, the stone door to the secret room opened. A white-clothed female that seemed as if she was a otherworldly fairy walked out. Chapter 3 Table of Contents 8_8419/2356818 Yuan Long Dynasty, the Imperial City, Fire Glass City. Yuan Long Dynasty, the Imperial City, Fire Glass City. The building was grand and imposing. Compared to 3 years ago, the Fire Glass City was a full 2 times larger and was divided into 4 main districts. Azure Dragon District, Martial Arts Training District, White Tiger District, Alchemy District, Inscription Area, Refining District, Vermilion Bird District, Business District, the location of each of the major trading unions, and the shop. The Imperial Palace of the Xian Wu District. Every region had their own responsibilities. For the past 3 years, none of the sects in the South Horizon region would accept any Yuan Long dynasty disciple, and they would suppress the Long family to the maximum extent possible. From the very beginning, those talented young masters and the various families and powers in other places had resisted the Long family, because it was Long family that prevented their disciples from entering the orthodox sects to cultivate, so that the disciples would not be able to unleash their potential. However, but now no one wanted to join any more orthodox sections. They were all absorbed by the Long family, and under the Long family's specialized training, these disciples all received a huge boost, becoming even stronger than the orthodox sections. Long family did not lower his head under the suppression of the numerous sections. Instead, he became even more powerful. This was something that none of the sects had expected. The current Yuan Long dynasty was not the slightest bit weaker than any sect, and was on par with the forces of a first-rate sect. At the city gate, Long Fei stood at the city gate and looked at the imposing city gate, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, I'm back." The surrounding pedestrians were shocked by him. Many people sneered in disdain, "Earth leopard." He must have been scared by the majesty and domineering aura of the Fire Glass City. Fire Glass City is currently the #1 city in the entire South Horizon region. He has the strongest population, area of influence, and even the entire martial arts training. The current Fire Glass City is different from the past. I heard that the Fire Glass City is going to fight against the #1 sect of the South Horizon region, the Heaven sect. I don't know if that's true or false. The crowd burst into discussion. As Long Fei walked into the city, he became even more excited as he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. I never thought that the Fire Glass City would become so strong in just 3 years. Uncle is really an expert in governing the country, ha ha ha. If it was in his hands, it would definitely not be like this. Suddenly, a voice came out from the crowd, "Everyone go quickly and take a look. General Meng Yu is once again selecting his elite warrior. As long as you can last 10 moves from him, you can all join the Long family army." The Long family army, that's the strongest army in the Yuan Long dynasty. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. To where? Going to participate in the examination? General Meng Yu is already a war emperor realm, and you still want to take 10 more moves? Stop dreaming. Damn, did I say to take the examination? I mean hurry up and watch the show. Just say it earlier and bring me along. A large group of people rushed to the training grounds in the Azure Dragon district. Meng Yu? Big Brother Meng. The image of the valiant, battle-like, steel-like man never before appeared in Long Fei's mind. The corners of his mouth slightly curled. Go take a look. Azure Dragon district. The 2 rows of Long family soldiers were majestic and extremely valiant. It was as if they were made of steel, standing still and motionless. A thick aura of battle was being emitted from their bodies. In the past 3 years, although there hadn't been a great war, however, they fought against the demon beast in the Fire Glass Mountain range, fought fiercely, and trained the demon beast to be valiant. All the warriors in the entire Yuan Long dynasty were proud to have joined the Long family's army. It would be an incomparably glorious thing for anyone to produce a warrior. Come on. If you want to join my Long family army, then you must show off your unafraid aura. The road of the martial arts training is like a river crossing where there is no retreat, just like our Yuan Long dynasty's ancestors said. For the people of the Long family, the army of the Long family will never retreat, never retreat. Today, all you have to do is take 10 moves from my hands and you will be a member of the Long family army. In the center of the plaza, Meng Yu was dressed in black armor and held onto a steel spear. I'll do it, one of the youths in the crowd shouted, and flew up with a step, landing in front of Meng Yu. "Alright," Meng Yu shouted loudly, "War Elder Level 5. I will suppress my cultivation to War Elder Level 5. Please!" Lu Yuan took a step forward, and the qi on his body was like the roar of a tiger, pouncing over. Both of his hands moved, forming the shape of a tiger, as he charged towards Meng Yu. Meng Yu retreated slightly and took it in one move. Bam! Bam! The two of them exchanged fists. On the ninth move, Meng Yu's hand shook as he shouted out, "Steps like a tiger, fists like a tiger, but your figure does not reach the might of a fierce tiger, so—" The fist turned into a palm as it landed on the man's fist. Boom! The power of the 5th level of War Elder rushed out and forced 6 Abyss back. Lu Qinyuan's face was pale, and the qi beneath his chest was surging. He stood on the spot with both his hands folded and said, "Thank you, General Meng, for your advice. I will come back next month." Meng Yu smiled faintly and said, "Who else wants to come?" "Me! Me!" They all jumped out once a month. They had been waiting for an entire month, just to break through. Every time he defeated his opponent, Meng Yu would raise a point or two, allowing them to more clearly understand their own cultivation direction. 2 hours later, only 8 disciples had passed the examination, and these 8 people were still the disciples that had participated in the examination for 3 months in a row. Too powerful. He's not a match at all. General Meng Yu is mighty. Ha ha. General Meng Yu has experienced many life and death battles, so no matter how many life and death situations he fights, he will leave no room for any of them. If it is a death match, then his moves will all have no chance of survival. The square was filled with discussions. Meng Yu slightly shouted, "Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me?" His voice swept across the entire hall. Since 8 people were able to pass the examination today, Meng Yu's mood was extremely good. At this moment, a voice from the crowd called out, "Me." Everyone looked over. Who is this person? I've never seen it before. He doesn't have any aura of cultivation. Is he a farmer from the countryside? Kid, don't look for trouble. That's right, don't waste General Meng's time. If you step forward, you will be knocked flying. The voice continued. "2nd level of the War Emperor, take out all of your cultivation. If you can take 10 moves, I will give you a special reward." His tone was calm, without even the slightest hint of arrogance. However, this was completely different for the people around them. What an arrogant tone! How arrogant, who do you think you are? General Meng, kill him! Meng Yu frowned, feeling that the voice was familiar, not giving him the time to think. His cultivation level of War Emperor level 2 pressed down. In that instant, Meng Yu instantly entered battle mode, the steel spear moved and pierced through the sky. At this moment, Long Fei's arm shook and he bellowed out, "Supreme Force." Chapter 48_8419/2356819. Buzz! Buzz! A burst of force came out of his arm, causing the steel spear in Meng Yu's hands to buzz explosively, and he almost flew out of his hands. Meng Yu's face sank. Just now he had only raised his cultivation to War Master Ream, now he was even more powerful. The energy of a level 2 War Emperor was completely released. The killing intent on his body burned. Again. Boom! The steel spear came out again like a dragon, spear shadows filled the sky, sealing off Long Fei's attack. Suddenly, Long Fei was not afraid at all as he struck out with his palm, directly grabbing the steel spear that was in the illusion. What does he want to do? Aren't you afraid of death? Buzz! With the spear images all disappearing, Long Fei's cultivation of War Emperor level 2 exploded. Using force, he directly snatched the steel spear from Meng Yu's hands. Young Sparrowhawk turned around. Long Fei's body dropped. The moment his body landed on the ground, he abruptly pushed himself up with his back feet. Whoosh! It burst out. Spear, dauntless. One shot, flash of lightning. I just want to catch them off guard. Long Fei's voice came out, the moment the steel spear pierced towards Mengyu. His figure suddenly changed, and landed somewhere else. Mengyu was unable to react in time. By the time he reacted, the tip of the spear had already reached a third of his throat. Spear. Stab the broken chrysanthemum, don't let the chrysanthemum burst, don't let it go. Long Fei withdrew his spear shadows and his body changed again. He landed behind Mengyu and pierced out continuously, only thinking of Master Xian's chrysanthemum spear. A few continuous thrusts. The tip of his spear moved, and he abruptly grabbed the end of the spear, sweeping the army of 1,000. The supreme force gushed in. A visible mark of power was left on the spear's body. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, there was no sound at all from the audience, only absolute silence. Everyone stared at Long Fei, their minds thinking, who exactly is this young man? He's completely an existence that could completely suppress Mengyu. Mengyu looked at him. Not only was he not sad, his eyes were also brimming with happiness and fanaticism. He walked heavily to the front of the youth and knelt down. I pay my respects to young master. The entire audience was in an uproar. Young master? Long Fei? He is Long Fei? He's my idol, Long Fei? He's back. He's back. Countless people were in shock, and in their hearts they were crying out. Long Fei did not know how strong his influence in the Yuanlong dynasty was. The reason why the Yuanlong dynasty was able to expand so quickly over the past 3 years was because of a very large factor. Because of his arrogance. It was also because of his unruly nature. It was also because he was unwilling to admit defeat. Even if he faced the Nangong Imperial Clan, the Royal Heaven Sect, and the Blood Refinement Sect, he would not back down. This made all of the youths feel excited. This is what a fighter should be like. This was what martial artists pursued. Let the entire Yuanlong dynasty use martial arts training. Long Fei exterminating the 7 great demon sects made them excited. Long Fei killing the South Heaven young master Sidu Feng had excited them. Amongst the young generation of the Yuanlong dynasty, countless of people viewed Long Fei as their idol, a goal they had striven for their entire lives for. He was also the god in the hearts of countless young ladies. Now, Long Fei was standing right in front of them. The move he had displayed just now was simply too cool. Long Fei lightly dragged for a bit, then pulled Mengyu up and smiled. Big brother Meng. Mengyu felt that Long Fei's power was definitely not as simple as a level 2 war emperor. His heart was filled with excitement as he thought to himself, there is now a little more hope for us to fight against the Rising Sky sect. Let's go. We returned to the Long family. The Long family was still the Long family. It was not like the Nangong Imperial Clan, where it lived in the palace. The palace was only a place to discuss matters. Long family's actions made many people admire him even more. He's back. The young lord is back. When Long Shan heard this news, he madly ran back to the Long family and loudly shouted, "The young master has returned! The young master has returned! Who's back?" A clang sound echoed in Lunatic Long's courtyard. With a swing of the dragon's tail, a courtyard was razed to the ground. This was not the first time this had happened. He could transform into a dragon now. However, this wasn't even a dragon like the dragon god of China, but a violent dragon like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He quickly returned to his original appearance and rushed out. He instantly landed in front of Long Shan and said, "Explain to me clearly, who is back?" Long Shan said excitedly, "It's young Master Long Fei, Grandpa Sanfeng, young Master Long Fei is back." It was also at this time. Long Fei stood not too far away, and looked at the energetic old man whose eyes were filled with light. His eyes were a little wet, and tears couldn't help but pour down uncontrollably as he said, Grandfather, I'm back. Inner conflict, inner conflict. This kind of longing for his family, suddenly came into his mind, and Long Fei couldn't control it even if he wanted to. Long Sanfeng looked at the distant Long Fei, and couldn't help but cry as well. Xiao Fei. Long Fei threw himself into his grandfather's embrace like a child. Long Sanfeng said, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Long Zhanhai also excitedly ran over, his face full of excitement as he said, "Xiao Fei is back." Long Fei regained his composure and said excitedly, "Uncle!" "Ha ha ha! I told you that you wouldn't die." How could Long Fei, who can massacre the 7 great demon sects and kill the young master of South Heaven, die? Ha ha ha! Long Zhanhai excitedly laughed out loud. In this period of more than a year, there was not a single piece of news related to Long Fei in Long family. Rumors have it that Long Fei had died, but no one in Long family believed him. Because Long Fei's surname was Long. He definitely wouldn't die so easily. At night, in the thatched courtyard that Long Fei used to live in, there was someone sweeping the place every day. "Jojo, that girl came back half a year ago. Seeing that you aren't here anymore, she said that she will definitely rush to the Heaven sect after you made your appointment. The leopard girl is the same. After you left, they almost cried for half a month. These 2 girls are truly sincere towards you. Xiao Fei, you cannot disappoint them." Long Sanfeng reminded her. Long Fei nodded and said, "I know." Long Sanfeng giggled and said, "I recognize them as my grandchildren." "Right. Jojo seems to be a little different than before. I can't even sense the power from her body, and just by sensing it a little, she was already rolling in my sea of consciousness. Maybe she had another fortuitous encounter." Long Fei laughed faintly. "Jojo is the reincarnation of the phoenix, she must be really awesome." Long Zhanhai interrupted. "Xiao Fei, the 3-year agreement is only 10 days away. Our Long family has been preparing for 3 years. Long Fei being stomped by Hong Tianjun made the entire Long family unhappy. The disciples of the Long family were cultivating with all their might. Yuan Long dynasty was beaten down by Long Fei, and now that Long Fei was being bullied, they had to retaliate. These 3 years. Every day, Long Zhanhai would think of a way to make the Long family and the Yuan Long dynasty strong, to make them comparable to any sect, just so that he could take revenge for Long Fei. Strongest upgrade system. The people of Long family must not be bullied. Long Fei definitely could not be bullied. Long Zhanhai looked at Long Fei and said, "Long family is now more than 100 times stronger than before." Long Fei laughed excitedly. "It's time to counterattack." Chapter 5. Thank you for your support, thank you. 8_8419/2356821. Ice and Fire, can you still hold on? Ice and Fire, can you still hold on? No problem. Alright, then bring me another 2 buckets. Table of Contents. A total of 5 buckets of dragon blood were collected. Compared to the Ice and Fire from that time, the Ice and Fire now has reached the 22nd stage. In addition to the energy he had absorbed from the Spirit Stones for the past 3 years, the dragon blood contained a very powerful force. Long Fei said, "Grandfather, if we are to take down all 5 buckets of dragon blood, I want all of the disciples of Long family to become warrior dragon blood. I want to bring the Tyrant Dragon Legion to attack the Heaven sect. If you want to do it, then do it big." If he wanted to crush them, he would have to absolutely crush them. The Heaven sect was very strong? Hundreds of thousands of disciples? F***CK. Do you have a Tyrannosaurus Rex Legion? Long Sanfeng said excitedly. No problem, with this dragon blood, I can create a large wave of dragon blood warrior for you within 10 days. The Long family's disciples were born with the power to activate the dragon's blood. As time passed, the power to activate the dragon's blood within their bodies would slowly dilute, and now, with the stimulation of the dragon's blood, it would become completely different. Long Zhanhai was also extremely excited as he said, "With this batch of dragon blood, the strength of our Long family will be able to squeeze into the ranks of first-rate sections. I want to see who dares to look down on our Yuan Long dynasty." He gave the dragon blood to Long Sanfeng and the others to split. Long Fei arrived at the alchemy area. Lu Feng saw Long Fei's excited expression once again and said excitedly, "Young master." In these 3 years, he went from an intermediate alchemy master to a heaven stage alchemy master, because he had been given the dragon spirit pellet to search for his own medicinal way. Long Fei was also secretly excited and said, "Elder Lu." And then, Long Fei thought of a person whom he felt grateful towards, and asked, "Has your young miss ever returned to the Fire Glass City before?" Lu Feng was secretly moved. Long Fei could still remember Fu Xishan, so he shook his head and said, "Since that time, there has never been another appearance. For some reason, the business of the Fengyuan Merchant Union in the southern domain has begun to shrink." He was extremely grateful to Fu Xishan, because his grandfather was already dead without the continued life pill that she had left behind. What kind of punishment did the Fu family impose on her? He had no idea. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely thank her personally. There was a moment of silence. Lu Feng asked, "Young master, our alchemy hall is already prepared. Tell us what kind of pills you want to refine." "This pill. You people have never seen a magic pill before. However, relying on the key techniques that I have grasped, you guys should also be able to successfully refine it." Long Fei slowly replied, "I call this pill the steel mixture. Let me first tell you about the steel mixture's attributes and ratio." And then, Long Fei spent 2 hours explaining how to refine steel mixture. They were given another hour to digest the food. Finally, Long Fei took out the high-level demon spirit grass that was being bred from the god's devil ancient case and said, "Within 10 days, I want you all to refine 1,000 steel mixture." Lu Feng said heavily, "We promise to complete the mission." Steel mixture were extremely important. With the addition of the Dragon Blood Warrior and the consecutively leveled up steel mixture, who would be able to block it? The War Emperor realm is awesome? I will crush you to death. However, the steel mixture was not useful to Long Fei of the level 9 War God. His current cultivation was already out of the range of the steel mixture's growth. After explaining all of this, Long Fei returned to his small straw court, looked at the countless stars in the sky, which were incomparably bright, and muttered, "Luo Shi, wait for me." And then, the idea moved. Bedevilment. Boom. Long Fei had been possessed and entered the god's devil space to train his skills crazily, especially for Wu Shuang. She was now a level 4 warrior without peer. If she could level up to level 5, she would be even stronger. In another place, Xianjian sect. Looking at the 2 disciples, Niu Dahai and Yuan Ling, she personally saw them slowly improve during these past 2 years of time. Her teachings were not in vain. Choosing both of their cultivations to already be in the War Emperor realm. Yuan Ling's attainments in the way of the sword had even reached the highest level, the one with the world. Even though he was only at the entrance, he was already strong enough. However, her teachings had only taken up a small part of the reason for their advancement. The biggest reason was their hard work day and night. The other was the spirit spring water. The secret Long Fei told him. The power of the spirit spring water was just too strong. Even she herself had raised her cultivation by several realms in these 2 years. Yuan Ling looked at his master with a slightly nervous expression and asked, "Master, have we passed?" Niu Dahai also had an excited face as he said, "Master, you're going to say something then. Have we passed yet?" "It's so urgent." Ruoshui smiled. "It's passed, your assessment has been passed, now you all are qualified to go to the Heaven sect." "Ha! Ha ha! I knew I would pass. I, Niu Dahai, am invincible." Fatty Ox was extremely excited. Tears streamed down Yuan Ling's face as he thought to himself, Long Fei, I'm here. Immortal Domain. God Emperor Academy. Master, I'm leaving. I'll definitely rush back within a month. Lin Yuxing kneeled in front of a thatched hut. He had promised Long Fei before. On the day of his wedding, he would definitely rush to the Heaven Sect to cheer for his boss. Long Fei saved him. Furthermore, Long Fei had given him this kindness which he was unable to repay. Even if it had violated the rules of the academy, he would still do it without hesitation. There was no sound from the thatched hut. Lin Yuxing kowtowed heavily and said, I must do this matter. Then he stood up, the idea moved, and countless of water vapor fell under his feet, following which he heard the sound of huge waves hitting the table. In that instant, Lin Yuxing had already disappeared into the horizon. In less than 2 years, his cultivation had already reached another realm. The God Emperor Academy was too powerful, and his master had even fully utilized the potential in his body. Now that he had reached the War God realm, he could completely control the fusion of the power of heaven and water. After he left, the old man in the straw house opened the door and said with a faint smile, I hope you can bring him along, ha ha ha. Young master, are you really heading towards the Heaven Sect now? A diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. A unique aura was floating on his body. He looked like a divine beast, but also like a fairy. Jojo. */float * life. A 17-year-old Jojo. They were like celestial immortals, indescribably beautiful. She looked up at the night sky, at the stars, and muttered, Shadow sis, tomorrow we'll be out too. In the darkness, an ice-cold voice rang out, Chapter 18_8419/2356823. 4th level, Peerless. 4th level, Peerless. Open. Hades' 10,000 Arts Fist. In the God's Devil space, Long Fei was crazily cultivating his cultivation technique, constantly upgrading his technique and skills. The stronger the cultivation technique, the harder it was to cultivate. But Long Fei would never give up. Again. 4th level, Peerless. Again. Long Fei trained crazily, without stopping. Unless the God's Devil space's time limit was up, he would not stay here for even half a second. A trip to Hell. In the 18 Hells of Hell, he obtained the power of the City Lord of the 16 Hells, and these powers continued to fuse together within his body. Heavenly Demon Aura. The control of the demon chi had also become more powerful. Dragon Salure technique had already broken through to the 6th level. S idea could already be linked to the Dark Divine Dragon, but there were times when the Dark Divine Dragon didn't pay attention to him, and this was only because his strength wasn't strong enough. Also, 9 Knives Force S Long Fei were already able to achieve a success rate of 80%. The multiple shadows had also increased by a lot. All of Long Fei's skills were improving, but if he wanted to become stronger, and if he wanted to use his absolute strength to suppress Hong Tianjun, Long Fei had to prepare by himself. The next morning, Long Fei started to pour the bone-chilling cold water from the well over his head. Awesome! The upper half of his body had distinct lines to it, adding on some of the scars from before. The current Long Fei was 19 years old, and his body emitted an enchanting male aura. Wash up for a while. Long Fei opened up the system to check his attribute. Player. Long Fei rank. Level 9 War God experience points. True Chi. OO technique. Dragon Salure technique. Holy Sword 81 moves. Hades Fist. Magic Chop. Mountain Hit Fist. Toting Skill. Skill Path. Little Li, Flying Daggers, 3 Blade Stream, 9 Knives Force, Multiple Shadows, War Pet, Xiao Bai Level 18 Spirit, Ice and Fire Level 22 Spirit, Lucky Value, 20 points Affability, 1 point. Long Fei was still fine, but when he saw experience points, His scalp went numb. He had to count it for several times before he was sure of it. Fuck, 1 billion experience, where am I going to level up? Huff. Will killing all the demon beast in the entire South Horizon region allow us to reach the War King realm? Long Fei was troubled. Indeed. This was also one of the system's drawbacks. It's easy to start leveling up, but once the experience points is stacked up and the monster's experience decreases, leveling up would be impossible if you want to do it softly. However, if one wanted to reach the War King realm, they would have to rely on a lucky chance. If one did not get a lucky chance, they could forget about entering the War King realm for the rest of their lives. No way. I have to think of a way to reach War King. Long Fei kept having the feeling that Hong Tianjuan's cultivation would become extremely strong. This feeling became even stronger after he returned to the Fire Glass City. If he broke through the War King, then Long Fei's mind tensed up. I've lost once, I absolutely can't lose another time, I absolutely can't. Thinking about the scene of Lu Luoxi heavily kneeling, Long Fei's heart stung. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen again. Absolutely not. Huff. Long Fei walked out, and arrived at his grandfather's courtyard. Long Sanfeng had truly gone into closed-door cultivation. He was also trying to break through to the highest realms. He had to avenge his grandson. He had to let the people of the Heaven sect know, if they dared to touch his grandson, they would not end up well. Long Fei did not disturb him. Instead, he found Meng Yu and said, I am going out to train. If I am not back by the 28th year, all of you should head towards the Chao Tian sect first. I will definitely rush over on the first day of the new year. Meng Yu did not say anything, but nodded and said, Young master, you be careful. Long Fei transformed into a ball of light and disappeared into the horizon. Meng Yu was excited. What cultivation level is it exactly? Boom! Long Fei descended from the skies and landed in the ravine at the belly of the Fire Glass Mountain range. The dragon Salyer moved. He started killing crazily. One hit, one kill, all of them were instantly killed. Bang, bang, bang. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing level 6 demon beast, for obtaining 300 experience, 300 true chi, and 1 energy values. F***CK. Level 6 demon beast only has 300 experience. Long Fei really wanted to find a piece of tofu to smash him to death. After continuously killing for 3 days and 3 nights, all of the demon beast in Fire Glass Mountain range were about to be completely slaughtered by him. Huff! Long Fei sat on top of a large boulder, exhaled heavily, and muttered to himself. No, this won't do at all. Where else would there be more demon beast? His experience was too little, completely unable to meet Long Fei's requirements to level up. Long Fei kept thinking, Ancestor, do you have any good places to recommend? The old patriarch did not react. Ice and Fire came this way. Master, Xiao Bai and the Ancestor are both cultivating in seclusion. It's been a long time since I last saw them move. Oh, go ahead. Long Fei did not disturb them again. They were well aware of what was happening to Long Fei. They wanted to break through a little more and be able to help Long Fei. After all, Long Fei had to face the number 1 sect in the entire South Horizon region, the Heaven sect. The Hong Tianjun with the absolute talent. If only there was a 9 secret underworld finches. We'll head to hell once more and kill 17 or 18 city lords, then we'll directly ascend to the War King's peak realm. For a city lord to feel this way, it was simply too refreshing. It was like being a rocket. However, where else would there be such a place? Long Fei kept thinking, if only I could get another level up, that would be great. What kind of mission can I increase the level of? Suddenly, Long Fei suddenly thought of something. Equinox flower? A flower leveled up. If I can get a hold of a equinox flower, I'll directly break through the War King's realm. Long Fei's heart started to boil, and at the same time, he thought of the second level of the 10,000 een Forbidden Land, that terrifying stone door. Never mind that. The first floor has equinox flower, the second floor might have equinox flower too. What if all of them are equinox flower? Long Fei was excited. To the Forbidden Land of 10,000 een. In the past, Long Fei wanted to break through the War Emperor realm. When he broke through the War Emperor realm, the pressure that came from Hong Tianjun was still there in his heart. He knew that the War Emperor realm was not safe. No matter how hard he tried, he had now reached the level 9 War God realm. However, the pressure in his heart that was as heavy as 100,000 mountains did not weaken in the slightest. If he wanted to form an absolute pressure, the level 9 War God might not be enough. He had to break through to the next level. Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? He had stepped into the War King realm. There were still 6 days until the first day of the new year. Long Fei still lacked 800 million experience. He had to break through to War King, he had to. Chapter 28_8419/2356824. Protect your mind and use your strength to continuously attack the sea of consciousness. Protect your mind and use your strength to continuously attack the sea of consciousness. Not enough. Not enough. A bit stronger. Still not enough. Just a little more. In the secret room, Hong Tianjun was covered in sweat, his body emitting a blazing aura. He continuously drew on his energy to attack his sea of consciousness, to continuously attack it, but was unable to break through the paper-thin shackles. Beside him, a deity frowned, looking at the energy circulating in Hong Tianjun's body. He started to worry. Not enough. If you increase your strength again, the War King realm will be using all the potential in your body as soon as possible. If you can't do it, you won't be able to break through it in your entire life, the immortal said solemnly. However, this still wouldn't do, and he still couldn't release the power in Hong Tianjun's body. Hong Tianjun was the disciple that he had his eyes on. In the past, he only had his eyes on it. Every year, he would come over to give some pointers, and with his help and with the support of all the cultivation resources of the Chao Tian sect, Hong Tianjun's breakthrough speed was like that of a god. No one could compare to him. Half a month ago, the immortal came suddenly and he did not leave. Because, if he could send a demon slayer to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, then his master's position in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals would definitely be raised by a lot, and he might even become the great clan elder of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. He himself also had the possibility of becoming an elder of the God Emperor Academy's Judgment Pavilion. The Judgment Pavilion was above the God Emperor Academy. Hong Tianjun's talent was the best he had seen in the past few years. These few years, he had always been secretly helping Hong Tianjun and had even accepted him as a disciple. As long as he broke through the War King, Hong Tianjun would not even need to take the examination to directly enter the God Emperor Academy. Become a demon slayer that's being nurtured. Seeing Hong Tianjun's power weakening, he frowned and roared, "You still want to become the strongest warrior in the South Horizon region? If you can't make it up to it today, how will you become a demon slayer? How do I enter the God Emperor Academy? Tianju, don't let me down." Hong Tianjun's idea entered a certain realm, the bones in his entire body creaked loudly, and he started to attack once again with all of his might. No way. The immortal's heart tightened. In these 3 years, his breakthrough speed was too fast, to the point that he neglected to train his body. If he could not break through the War King realm in a single go, he might be crippled. If that's the case, then all my 3 years of hard work will be wasted. No way. Master is still waiting for me. If I can bring a demon slayer back, Master will definitely be happy. He cannot fail. The forehead of the immortal tightened. At this moment, he could not care so much, and asked solemnly, "Do you still remember Long Fei? The brat that wants to fight with you for a woman. His cultivation is already at the war god's peak realm, and all his powers are rushing to the heaven sect now. Do you know what his purpose is? If you do not break through the realm of War King, your woman will definitely be taken away. Tianju, if you want to become a supreme being and become the strongest warrior, then you must rush through this trial." He also knew Long Fei. However, he didn't know what cultivation Long Fei had. The reason he said that Long Fei was at the peak of the war god level was to provoke Hong Tianjun. He wanted to stir up the anger in Hong Tianjuan's heart. Indeed, Hong Tianjuan's eyes suddenly opened wide. Humph! A mere trash wants to fight over a woman with me? Is Star's pet chain supermarket worthy of fighting with Haoyue? Long Fei, I have never placed you in my eyes, never, in my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. If I could step on you once in Fireglass City, I would be able to step on you twice. You want to steal my woman? You are not yet qualified. Anger raged in Hong Tianjuan's heart. The moment he released his overbearing aura, the immortal cultivator was ecstatic, because Hong Tianjuan's power had suddenly doubled, but he was still able to unleash such powerful attacks. A strand of devilish qi quietly formed in Hong Tianjuan's mind. The energy that protected his mind was slightly shaken. The immortal's heart tightened. Should we stop it? If you stop it, Hong Tianjun will definitely fail in his attempt to break through to War King. No way. I absolutely can't stop him. If he fails in his charge, he'll just be reduced to trash. I don't want my 3 years of hard work to turn him into trash just like that. I absolutely can't. Anyway, Supreme God also said that no matter if it's a human, or demon, they can all enter God Emperor Academy. Even if they fell into the Devil Dao, they can all still become Demon Slayer. The immortal's heart went crazy. He could save Hong Tianjun. It could expel the demonic qi from his body, but he did not do so, because the moment it was expelled, Hong Tianjuan's attempt to break through the barrier would fail. In that case, his efforts would have been in vain. Demonic qi. It was also because of the stimulating words he said just now. Otherwise, Hong Tianjun definitely would not have allowed the inner demon to invade. Increase your strength, break through it. The immortal let out a furious roar. Hong Tianjun also roared angrily. Ah! Long Fei, if you hurry over, I'll definitely kill you. Rumble! Rumble! With a loud explosion, the sky seemed to explode as a thunderous explosion sounded out. The explosion covered 1,000,000 kilometers and was still spreading. He's become an emperor. Someone is sealing the emperor. Heavens, there's actually an emperor-level character. It's heading towards the Sky Sect. Could it be? Is it Hong Wantu? Impossible. He simply doesn't have the qualifications to enter the War King. The only possibility is Hong Tianjun. If it's him, then the Heaven Sect will be unstoppable. The South Horizon region will really be overshadowed by the Heaven Sect. The voice spread over 1,000 kilometers. The countless sects were all shocked. Nantian Sect, Xianjian Sect, and the other orthodox sects had all summoned their elders and grand elders to discuss with each other. War King realm. In these few hundred years, not a single one had appeared, and his cultivation at the War King realm was enough to easily destroy a first-rate sect. They had to be very careful. The Chao Heaven Sect. Ha ha ha! Hong Wantu laughed out loud in excitement. My son is the #1 person in the entire South Horizon region, haha, who can achieve the realm of War King. The entire Heaven Sect was extremely excited. What did the realm of War King mean? This meant that it was time for them to unite the South Horizon region. Nantian Sect was awesome? Directly crushing him. Long Fei annihilated the Demon Sect. Was he really that powerful? He directly slaughtered them. Even if the sects of the entire South Horizon region combined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the Heaven sect. Inside Lu Luoshi's courtyard, Xiao Tiantian's gaze was lifeless, and Yi Zian sat on the stairs, unable to say a word. Lu Luoshi looked up at the sky, his heart bleeding. She was very happy that Long Fei did not die and came back with the news. She had always hoped that Long Fei could save her. However, Hong Tianjun broke through the War King. The last shred of hope in her heart had also been shattered. In her heart she was crying with all her might, shouting, "Long Fei, you better not come, you must not come." Chapter 38_8419/2356825 10,000 in Forbidden Land. 10,000 in Forbidden Land. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. Long Fei trembled in fear as he cursed, "Damn! A good thunder would scare a person to death." This was the demon sealing thunder. Long Fei did not know. He only knew that when he looked at the stone door, he was still somewhat afraid. "Damn! I was scared when I was in the War Master Ream, but now that I have it, what the f***ck?" Long Fei took a step forward, placed his hands on the stone door, and suddenly pushed. The thick stone door began to move, producing a deep sound. Inside the crack of the stone door, a wave of demonic qi was blowing towards them, causing them to tremble in fear. Long Fei's mind tensed up, and he started to be cautious. Boom! The stone door was completely opened. It was pitch black inside and he couldn't see anything clearly. It was like a world of nothingness. It was a very special space. Stood at the stone door, a glint flashed across his eyes. The level 9 war god could also see 100 meters ahead of him at night, but he couldn't see anything clearly here. What is this place? Long Fei became more curious. Phew! Huff! A burst of heavy breathing came over. It was the same as the breathing of a huge beast, and it had to be like a cold wind blowing out of the darkness, as it pounced onto Long Fei's body. That feeling! It was as if a surge of energy had enveloped him. Very strange. Long Fei tensed up. I have even passed through hell, why would I be afraid of this? Finished. Long Fei stepped into the darkness. The level 9 war god was enough to control the air to fly, but the moment Long Fei took a step forward, his feet stepped on the air and he fell. At this moment, rumble! His mind began to churn and churn. It was extremely uncomfortable as waves of powerful gravity pressed down on his body. In less than half a second, his internal organs were squeezed together, and the blood in his chest was tumbling. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, at this moment, he was still falling. Long Fei was enraged in his heart, unparalleled at level 4. Wang. With his 16 times of elemental energy released, his mind and consciousness could barely withstand it, but he still continued to roll, and Long Fei was unable to stop himself from falling. He wanted to fly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Gravity. A unique gravitational magnetic field. Long Fei's domination was not just a domination of a certain realm, but a domination of a unique gravity field. His body was like a mountain. Let alone flying, he might not even be able to stand steadily. Falling down like this isn't a solution. If you don't fall to your death, you'll at least be half dead. Long Fei thought, the power of hell. Open! Wang! Long Fei activated his power and shouted, "Sky sound wave!" Roar! A sound rang out. At the same time, Long Fei crazily calculated, the speed of sound is 340 meters per second, producing an echo. At this moment, Long Fei realized that his IQ was not high enough. However, he miraculously calculated the distance between his body and the ground. Being handsome is indeed different. Long Fei moved both his fists, the power of mountain hit fist fusing into his arms. His fists turned into palms, and when there was still some distance between him and the ground, he let out a roar. Break! The true chi moved. It shot out from his palms and hit the ground. This force also created a backlash. Use the rebound to reduce Long Fei's falling speed. Bam! Hiss! Long Fei fell to the ground, the kind of impact that did not harm him. He stood up with difficulty, his body swaying as he muttered, "Luckily this young master is knowledgeable. I would definitely fall to my death if someone else said that. However, where is this place? How could there be such a place at the foot of Evil Sound Sect Mountain?" Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. The gravity here is 5 times greater than outside. His body was completely crushed. Looking at the pitch-black darkness, Long Fei's idea moved slightly as he said, "Ice and fire, come out and throw out a fireball. Let me see what kind of place this is." Binghua opened her eyes and said, "Understood." And then, Ice and Fire rushed out of War Pet space. The moment he came out, his body dropped down from the sky and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master, this place is too strange." Long Fei forgot to remind her. However, fortunately, the Ice and Fire body was stronger. After all, it was the dragon's body. Long Fei asked, "Can you spit out flames?" Icy Blaze said with great difficulty, "I'll give it a try." His throat churned as flames spewed out from his mouth. Originally, it was a huge fireball, but the flames had only turned into a fist-sized fireball. The fire from the ice began in his stomach. When his stomach was crushed by gravity, the flames that attacked him would naturally weaken. Long Fei looked towards the direction of the fireball. The more he looked at it, the more terrified he became. This was a huge space, and the surroundings were densely covered in strange symbols. These strange symbols seemed as if they were made of molten metal. Every rune emitted a strong power. Had never felt such power before. In the end, a crack appeared on the surface of these giant symbols. The crack was new, and had only cracked for a short while. However, these cracked symbols did not emit any power. The symbols were destroyed and the power disappeared. Seeing this, the flames also disappeared. Long Fei said, "Again, look to the left." "Yes, sir." The flames and ice shot out once more. The situation on the left was about the same as on the other side. There were also quite a few rune cracks. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, Long Fei felt waves of cold wind rush down from above his head. He slightly raised his eyes, but could not see what was there. Fire and ice followed suit. A giant with a horn on his head. His entire body was pitch black, and his body was covered with dense chains. All the chains were connected to the runic wall, and a few of the chains were already broken. The giant was at least 100 meters tall. The entire body was burning with black devil flames, and also, an incomparably terrifying aura of gravitational pressure was emitted from his body. The darkness of the entire space was formed from the devil's flames that were emitted from his body. The powerful gravity of the entire space was the aura radiating from his body. And here, this was a huge seal arena. He had used a total of 1,800 runic chains to trap him. The surrounding rune walls were set up for him. Long Fei's mind tensed up, and couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, he realized that he had broken into a place that he shouldn't have entered. In the seal of an ancient giant demon. He wanted to leave. This was because he knew that this was not a giant demon he could deal with. However, at this moment, the giant demon's eyes suddenly opened, as though he was staring at an ant staring at Long Fei. At this moment, ugh! Roar! A loud sound pierced through the sky, directly shattering Hong Tianjuan's Emperor's lightning in the sky, and resounded throughout the entire sky martial continent. The heavenly hall of immortals. Supreme God's gaze tensed up. Not good, another huge demon wants the breaking through the seal. Chapter 48_8419/2356826. The heavenly hall of immortals was shaken. The heavenly hall of immortals was shaken. 19 elders flew over in a hurry. Supreme God's face was pale as he said solemnly, "The great demon from the seal in the South Horizon region has also awakened. I'm afraid that it has also awoken from its slumber." "Then what should we do?" "Supreme God, the cultivation in the South Horizon region is getting weaker and weaker every year. They can't even hold on. Anyway, all the immortal sects have been evacuated tens of thousands of years ago. The South Horizon region is simply a wasteland, and even if we were to be annihilated, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the Tianwu continent." True. Ever since the immortal sect left, the southern domain was exiled. It's not worth protecting any longer. Look at how, in the past 100 years, no one has managed to pass the God Emperor Academy's examination. You can't put it that way. After all, the South Horizon region was once flourishing, and there are tens of billions of people in the South Horizon region. We can't just sit idly by and let you know that, can we? The South Horizon region is still the source of the Long family. If it were to be destroyed, how would we account to him? On Hall of Immortals, all the elders were discussing. The secret lock between Supreme God's brows caused him to be unsure of what to do. The immortal domain was too far away from the South Horizon region. Even if they hurried over now, they would still need a day. At this moment, a brown-robed elder stood out and said, Great honored warrior, I am willing to go to the South Horizon region to investigate this matter." "Huh!" The entire Hall of Immortals was suddenly quiet. "Elder Gu, are you willing to go to the South Horizon region?" Everyone was shocked. Gu Wuji slightly nodded and said, "I am willing to go, and I also have a disciple in the southern domain. Half a month ago, he told me that it is very possible that the demon slayer we are looking for has appeared." As soon as he finished, the entire hall was filled with shock. Supreme God's face trembled as he asked, "Demon slayer?" Gu Wuji said, "That's right, that's what my disciple told me. 23 years old level 9 war god. Before the giant demon roared, I felt a furious thunder from the south. It should be the Emperor's lightning. It was simply nothing in the realm of War King. He was even inferior to an ordinary student of the God Emperor Academy, but it was different in the South Horizon region. Moreover, he was only 23 years old, and that alone was enough to shock everything." The Supreme God said slightly, "Just now, the southern region sent a sound like the Emperor's lightning. Being able to break through the War King at the age of 23, your talent is indeed unparalleled. If you could train in the God Emperor Academy, your cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds." They all knew what it meant to be 23 years old in the War King. Gu Wuji was secretly happy as he continued to speak. The 23-year-old War King is indeed very powerful, but this kind of talent is not enough to become a demon slayer. He is even more powerful than the Blood Vein S. They are all at the 9th level of the divine level. As soon as he finished, at this moment, the entire Hall of Immortals became incomparably quiet. Vein of Ancient First Emperor, Divine Ranked Level 9, this was the highest level blood vein among Divine Ranked Blood Vein. The Supreme God was moved and said excitedly, "No wonder he was able to break through the War King's realm at the age of 23 and possess Vein of Ancient First Emperor. This person is extraordinary. He might really be the prophetic Devil Slayer. Vein of Ancient First Emperor are really extraordinary. They are rare even in the immortal domain. How can such a talent only appear now? Just a divine ranked level 9 blood vein is enough to pass the selection. Elder Gu, that disciple of yours is really well hidden. To think that he didn't recommend such a genius." Everyone gave him envious looks. Based on all of these, it could be concluded that Hong Tianjun was the prophetic demon slayer. As long as his potential was unleashed, the power of the ancient emperor could easily exterminate the giant demons. Supreme God immediately said, "Elder Gu, you should head to the southern domain now. No matter what, you must protect this child. Regardless of whether or not he is the prophetic demon slayer, his cultivation, potential, and talent are all in a million. This kind of genius must be protected, and in the future, he will contribute a great amount of strength to the demon slayer. Gu Wuji hugged his hands and said, "Disciple will do as you say." Finished. Gu Wuji turned into a streak of light and flew towards the south horizon region. The elders of the Hall of Immortals all revealed looks of envy. Then, Gu Wuji didn't plan to say it now, but he was worried about the southern domain's accident as well. Furthermore, his disciple had once said something about a 3-year agreement between Hong Tianjun and another person. No matter whether it was the giant demon clan members or the one promised for 3 years, he would not allow anyone to hurt a single hair on Hong Tianjun's head, because Hong Tianjun was now the best card for him to ascend to the position of Great Clan Elder in Hall of Immortals. As long as he could find the first demon slayer, he would definitely receive the Supreme God's favor. After the Supreme God left his hiding place, maybe he would become the Supreme God of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Gu Wuji laughed crazily in his heart. Long Fei was suffering. He just wanted to find a equinox flower and level it up, that's all. However, how could he have thought that he would enter the giant demon seal? However, the suffering was only the beginning. The moment the giant demon opened his eyes, Long Fei's eyes widened and his body couldn't help but tremble. Not afraid. He was excited, because the giant demon's body erupted with an incomparably glaring gold light, causing Long Fei to be unable to open his eyes. What did this mean? It was incomparably large. With a sweep of his bitter and interested slap, Long Fei's right hand moved and directly grabbed out the dragon salyer. His mouth revealed an excited smile and he said, "I'm going to kill you." Very arrogant. Very overbearing. Killing a normal demon beast to level up was already impossible. If this level-up giant demon killed him, it might be able to level up, or it could even level up several times in a row. Long Fei's heart started to boil. The giant demon's eyes sank. Looking at Long Fei, who was like the little guy, he laughed wildly and said, "Little guy, are you going to explode me? Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! With your cultivation, you can't even withstand a single sneeze from me. You're going to blow me up? Then I want to see how you will blow me up." As soon as he finished, the giant demon's pupils violently twitched, as a strong pressure from an idea burst out from his eyes, heavily smashing the top of Xiang Longfei's head. At this moment, Long Fei frowned. He roared out, "4th level, peerless! Open!" With a total of 16 times the elemental energy exploding out, Long Fei's body moved. He did not dodge, but charged straight at the giant demon, whose dragon salyers were dragging on the ground, creating sparks from the friction. Flames flew in all directions. Long Fei exerted all of his strength and leapt up, roaring in his heart, "Dark Dragon God, use some of your strength." A burst of dense qi exploded from the dragon salyer. The dragon god was furious. Long Fei roared out, "Dragon blades become one. Kill!" The blade slashed down, but the giant demon did not defend at all. In fact, he did not even look at Long Fei. Chapter 5 8_8419/2356827 Rumble! Rumble! A loud sound echoed out. Long Fei's body was sent flying. In that slash just now, an English letter floated above the giant demon's head. Miss! Long Fei was sent flying 100 meters before crashing into a rock. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face paled slightly. He had seen the attack very clearly. He hadn't even been able to destroy the dense demonic energy from the giant demon. He was sent flying by the demonic energy in the blink of an eye. "Ah ha ha! This is your power? You're the one that exploded out with my strength?" The giant demon madly laughed. You overestimate yourself. Kid. I'll give you a chance to live. As a devil disciple, if you hand your soul to me, I'll spare your life. The giant demon coldly disdained. I will spare you 8 times the ancestor. Long Fei took a step forward and shouted in his heart, multiple shadows. 8th body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 clones rushed towards the giant demon. The idea moved, Long Fei shouted, toting skill. The toting skill had a penetrating power. Just like earlier, the moment his body came into contact with the thick demon chi of gravity, all of Long Fei's clones were smashed apart. His original body was sent flying once again. No way. Long Fei spat out another mouthful of blood and leaned against the wall. The demon chi of gravity on this guy's body is like a protective shield. Just think of ways to break his protective shield. However, Long Fei thought about the images of the spatial chains. These chains bound the giant demons. Without these chains, the giant demons would have definitely escaped with their breaking through the seal. Then, could these chains be his fatal weakness? Let's give it a try. Long Fei leapt up and stabbed the blade into the wall. He flipped fiercely and landed on an incomparably thick chain, which was also engraved with runes, and flew up along the chain in a crazed manner. Kill. The dark energy from the sword on the dragon's salure combined with the soul evil fire's poison attack and struck down. Rumble. Ah! Long Fei let out a painful cry as he was sent flying by one of the giant demon's eyes, and he crashed into the wall once again. Humph! Kid, you want to cut through the place where my runes locked onto my body? The giant demon laughed coldly and said, It seems like you don't even know what the power of the seal is. The power of the seal can only hold on to the seal, not my weakness. Do you think this is my weakness? Ha ha! You're thinking too much. To an ant like you, I have no weaknesses. I am invincible. The giant demon laughed maniacally. He was abnormally disdainful of Long Fei. However, just as he was laughing maniacally, Long Fei's eyes widened in shock, because a bright red number appeared above the giant demon's head. 1. A bit of damage was dealt, while a bit of damage was dealt a second later. Soul poison. He's afraid of poison. Long Fei's heart trembled, and his blood boiled, but, looking at the enormous amount of blood on the giant demon's head, Long Fei's heart sank to the bottom. 1 billion HP. The heck, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Long Fei wanted to die. Even Yama Minamiya only had 90 million HP, but this guy only had 1 billion. What kind of existence was this? Too strong. Compared to him, Yama Minamiya was like a small child compared to him. However, Long Fei became even more excited. Every cell of his was burning. 1 billion HP. What kind of existence is this, boss? Kill him. Berserk him. Long Fei was just like a madman. The stronger the boss, the more excited he would be. If you don't like it, then do it. Immediately. Long Fei rushed forward again, the soul evil fire superimposing its attack once more and striking. Once again, he was sent flying and the soul evil fire caused damage once again. 1 damage per second. However, Long Fei frowned. Even if it only took a second to deal the slightest bit of damage, it would be impossible with just these. I will need a few years to kill him. No. I don't have that much time. At this moment, Yan Huang Ancestor's voice sounded out, You need to comprehend the profoundness of strength, to lift something that's as heavy as light. Only by doing this can you break the gravitational aura on his body, otherwise you wouldn't be able to kill him. This giant demon is a million-year giant demon. Long Fei panted heavily and said, Lifting something heavy is like lifting something light. How do you want to do it? Yan Huang Ancestor said, If you rely on your own comprehension, I won't be able to help you. This is the power of the entrance to the profound truths of strength. Comprehending the profound truths of strength? What do you want? How can I do that? Long Fei frowned. Comprehending the profound truths was not something that could be accomplished in a minute or two. Even in 10 years or 100 years, it would be impossible to comprehend it. What's more, this kind of profound meaning of lifting something heavy as though it was light. Difficult. Very difficult. Long Fei leaned on the wall and his head was about to explode. The giant demon grinned and said, "Little ant, why have you stopped? Continue. Didn't you say you would kill me? Hurry up and continue. My place is really itchy, use more strength and let me scratch it, ha ha ha." At the same time, he was also crazily provoking Long Fei. His strength was still restricted by the seal. His body was the same. If he could move, he could pinch Long Fei to death with one finger. Long Fei was not provoked and continued to think about the profound meaning of lifting something heavy as though it were light. However, the more he thought about it, the more messy his mind became. How to comprehend something without a clue? The thing that hurt the head the most was something that Long Fei hated to do the most. What should he do? To comprehend it? Long Fei was almost going crazy. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Long Fei's eyes, and his expression became agitated. "I can't comprehend the profound truths of power as easy as lifting a weight. But I can learn a skill that can lift heavy as if it were light. Ha ha ha! I, your father, am truly a genius." Long Fei's heart was boiling, because at this moment, he had already thought of a skill, gravity knife. The skill of the new general of the One Piece, Ting Hu. This is it. The giant demon simply did not understand what Long Fei was saying. However, looking at Long Fei's excited expression, a bad premonition rose in his heart. I've never seen a person like him. He was not afraid of me, but was instead excited when he saw me. This kid is not simple. However, even if it isn't simple, I will pinch him to death. The power in the giant demon's body was also continuously attacking him. He wanted to completely destroy the power of the seal. An hour passed. Long Fei is still comprehending the gravity knife. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. In his mind, images of Ting Hu making his move kept appearing, making sense of it. 200% of his power of comprehension had been pushed to the limit. The first day passed. The next day passed. The third day passed. The fourth day. Baidu's sister-in-law a half. Floating Life strongest upgrade system. Long Fei suddenly opened his eyes. A system notification rang out. Ding! Chapter 6 with a new chapter, thanks for everyone's support. The C workday can only stay up late. Code word, every day can write more than 10,000 words. Really try, everyone understand, thank you. 8_8419/2356828. With a flash of light, the system beep. With a flash of light, the system beep. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for comprehending the new skill gravity knife method. You have gained 100 experience points, 100 true chi, 100 points, and a special reward. Hiss! Long Fei exhaled a breath of air, the aura on his body became different, and he became excited. Finally, I've comprehended it. Ha ha ha! He couldn't help but become excited. 4 days, 4 whole days. His mind was completely filled with the images of the gravity knife, and his head was about to explode. His hard work paid off, and he finally succeeded. It was also at this time. Kacha bang! One of the chains cracked, and the power of the seal's runes completely broke apart. In these 4 days, the 130 chains had broken, and each chain was faster than the last. Each chain was abnormally fierce. When Long Fei was trying to comprehend the gravity knife, the giant demon was also constantly shackling itself with the breaking through the seal. Little guy, it seems like you have figured out something. However, the giant demon's eyes sank. He faintly smiled. It's time to send you to hell. As soon as he finished, one of his arms moved, grabbing over a dozen of the chains to throw Xiang Longfei. Huff, huff, huff. The chain streaked across the darkness, and rubbed against the air to create flames, just like 10 or so fire dragons pouncing towards Xiang Longfei. This power was too powerful. Long Fei's body sank as he leaned forward. The moment the giant demon attacked, he moved as well. Hell doesn't mean anything. I've just come back, so you should want to go take a look, right? Schwa. 4th level, peerless. Buzz. 16 times the normal attribute strength exploded forth. Long Fei's speed increased yet again, and instead of defending against the attacks of the dozen or so chains, he charged towards the other half of the giant demon race. His aura stirred. When he closed his eyes, the 103,000 kilogram dragon salure in his hands felt as if it was light, as if it was weightless, but it also felt as if it weighed millions of kilograms. He did not know if this was the profound truths of strength, where lifting something heavy was as easy as lifting it. However, he knew that this was Ting Hu's gravity knife. A seemingly ordinary slash came slashing down. Even the giant demon didn't notice its difference, and sneered disdainfully, "Is this the result of your 4 days of comprehension? Too weak." Before he could finish his words, the giant demon's eyes suddenly sank. Rumble. 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 His entire body was exploding as a crazy gravitational force surged through his body. The gravitational force and the flames on his body were unable to withstand it and directly shattered. Moreover, the entire space of the seal trembled, as if it couldn't withstand the attack of this gravity. At this moment, a bright red number appeared above the giant demon's head. With damage of 8 million, it was simply a critical hit. "You dog!" The giant demon was furious. His control over gravity surpassed everything. However, when Long Fei released the gravity knife technique, he actually could not feel anything different about it. With a loud curse, the giant demon's foreboding became even more intense. Anger. Ah! With a roar, 3 seal chains burst out, and the 100-meter-tall giant demon roared madly. His right arm fiercely twisted the chains that had fallen to the ground, sweeping them into his hands and heavily smashing them down. Upanishads! 1,000,000 kilograms! Crack! The fist struck down, the strong wind on the fist raged, the strength stripes was extremely thick. Du Qi was incomparably fast. Long Fei's fighting spirit soared, his eyes staring at the huge fist that fell from the sky. He did not dodge, and rushed forward instead, saying, "Let's see whether your profound meaning is strong, or my gravity knife method is strong." Explode! Long Fei roared in his heart as he raised the gravity knife art to its limit. He rushed towards the huge fist and chopped down with his blade. Crack! The moment the two powers collided, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The sky darkened as if it was the end of the world. Rumble! The shockwave exploded out and Long Fei was sent flying, smashing heavily onto the wall. Blood sprayed wildly. But Long Fei laughed sinisterly, excited. The giant demon madly laughed and said, "Little bastard, you dare to compete with me in strength, you're courting death." Long Fei wiped the blood off his mouth and said, "Do you think you've won? Look at your fingers." Crack! All of a sudden, a thin crack appeared on his 4 fingers. With an explosive sound, blood spurted out. The 4 fingers that were as thick as humans were cut off. "Heh heh! Feeling good?" Long Fei laughed. The giant demon roared continuously in pain, and the energy in his body also continued to explode. The runes in the seal space continued to dim. "This is bad. I have to kill him as soon as possible or else." Long Fei secretly shivered in his heart. Based on strength, none of the 10 Long Fei's were a match for the giant demon. Even if Long Fei had comprehended a gravity knife, it was the same. If the giant demon wasn't trapped by the seal formation, Long Fei wouldn't even have had a chance. These giant demons were monsters that hadn't died a million years ago. Did they want to kill them? Even the immortal stage rankers in Immortal Domain found it hard to do so. We must kill him before his breaking through the seal, or else. Long Fei's heart tensed up. He took a step forward. Gravity knife. All ranks. Swish. The giant demon was furious. The flames of anger on his body formed into a thick power. He said in a deep voice, "I want to see just how many times you can withstand this." Rumble. The two forces clashed. The giant demon's head once again released a critical hit. Long Fei was once again sent flying. Again. Long Fei simply did not care about the pain on his body. He rushed forward again and again like a madman, and was blasted flying again and again. Dozens of times. The giant demons were shocked by this. Over 1,000 chains only had 200 remaining, but the giant demon was covered in wounds and was covered in blood. He stared at Long Fei and asked, "Why?" He didn't even know what the why question was. Long Fei was also covered in blood and said excitedly, "Because I'm going to kill you." F. Long Fei rushed out once again. The giant demon was also furious. He attacked with his full strength. All the chains broke apart as he held his fists together, forming a battle axe that heavily smashed towards Xiang Longfei. The Heavenly Hall of Immortals. In the secret room, Supreme God's face tensed up. Oh no! The giant demon breaking through the seal. At this moment, Long Fei roared in his heart, "Either you die or I die." Ah! He also let out a furious roar, and the instant he saw the power of the giant demon breaking through the seal, his mind trembled and his sea of consciousness rumbled. That kind of crushing pressure was something he couldn't withstand. However, if you're not happy, just do it. They had to drop it the moment they saw the boss. Long Fei would never retreat half a step. High in the air, Long Fei's eyes moved, Devil Snake Eye of Destruction. A new power that was created from the fusion of the Devil Snake's Eye and the Supreme Demon Clan Yi Tiancho's Destruction Demon Eye was released by Long Fei in that instant. The giant demon had that little bit of petrification effect, and that little bit too. Long Fei slashed the blade down heavily. Chapter 1. The Mathematics of the Sea was taught by the gym teacher, Aunt Guan. 1 billion experience was written as 100 million. I'm sorry. 8_8419/2356829. It was almost the last strike. It was almost the last strike. If the giant demons did not die, then Long Fei was dead. Giant demon petrified. His eyes flashed with a terrified expression. Explode for me. A blade fell. The gravity knife art's Upanishads reached its limit as it completely destroyed the giant demon's gravitational flame. Crack! A streak of Xuana Bai's lightning streaked down. Long Fei dropped from the sky and retreated to the side. The giant demon's attacks also stopped. Looking at Long Fei, he asked, "What's your name?" He suddenly asked. Long Fei shrugged. "Is it important?" The giant demon said, "It's important because I want to remember your name. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you." Long Fei laughed. Long Fei. The face of the giant demon shook and then suddenly laughed and muttered, "People from the Long family, ha ha. I never thought that it would be someone from the Long family. I lived for 2,800,000 years in the seal just so that he could kill me? Dragon diagram, is this your plan? Ah. I refuse to accept this." The giant demon looked like he had gone insane. He roared at the sky, but, in that instant, a cracking sound could be heard from within his body as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The wound on his head instantly turned into 0. The giant demon's huge body fell down. His 2 eyes were staring straight at Long Fei, and in the end, he even said in a voice filled with indignation, "Long family's people." Boom! The giant demon collapsed. Long Fei let out a long sigh of relief, closed his eyes and said excitedly, "Come on, let's have a big fight. Release your striking attribute." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing ancient giant demons for obtaining 10 experience points, true chi point, and energy values point. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the gravity blood vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining profound truths of strength. Do you wish to cultivate the 10,000 kilogram sleigh? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining giant demon arm. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining giant demon heart. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Zhuge sword fragment. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the ancient giant demon. Would you like to refine it? The system seemed to have gone crazy as it kept exploding. Whatever else. Long Fei looked at that string of long experience and started laughing maniacally. Ha ha! I'm just 1% away from leveling up. That's great. F***ck. The realm of the War King, I am already a peerless emperor. It was also at this moment. Ding. The gravity blood vein was swallowed by the dragon Salyer. 1. The dragon Salyer let out an explosive sound as its body started to burn. What it burned was the gravitational air flame. It was also at this time. The system sounded out again. Ding. Congratulations player Long Fei for defeating ancient giant demon to obtain a special reward. The reward is incomplete and the skill level is max. Please choose. At this moment, Long Fei thought for a while and said, "Gravity knife method." Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for comprehending the skill gravity knife technique and advancing to the great perfection stage. Huff! Long Fei exhaled and said, "Look at these things." The blood vein had already been devoured by the dragon Salyer. Giant demon arms. Fuse. Boom, boom. As soon as Long Fei's idea's voice fell, his two arms seemed to have been assembled out of steel, releasing an intense sound of heavy blows, and his two arms seemed to have instantly strengthened. At this time, Long Fei could feel the abnormally intense power within the arm, as if it was power of a giant. Ancient giant demon heart fuse. Buzz. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for increasing his physical strength to become a level 3 saint body. His defense had been strengthened again. Profound truths of strength, slay with a weight of 10,000 kilograms? Cultivate. When the power of the giant demon punched down appeared in Long Fei's mind, his mind was trembling. Skill path. Profound tactics of the 1,000 tyrant slay grade. Divine abilities consumption. True chi cooldown. 5 hours description. Possesses the power to penetrate everything. A defense that breaks through into pieces and kills into death. A defense that disregards all divine equipment. Ignore the defense of the divine equipment? Damn! Does it have to be this strong? Long Fei became excited. Hong Tianjun, you must have some sort of divine armor, right? This profound art has been prepared for you. Zhuge sword fragment. This is the second one. The last time he killed the king of hell, he obtained a piece. This time it was the ancient giant demon. He thought to himself, "Looks like the Lord's sword is fated to be with me. We have the blueprints, we only need to find all the fragments to create the Zhuge sword, hee hee." Last one. Long Fei looked at the last prompt. Break out the ancient giant demon, refine it? What does that mean? Didn't I kill him? Why did it explode again? I don't care. Since it could explode, the system has already hinted that it can be refined. Long Fei's heart stirred and he said, "Refine." At this moment, something flew out of Long Fei's space ring. Something he did not care about. The 18 levels of the Infernal Realms pagoda. He was a little ferocious. This is Long Fei found out through the system that this was the 18th level of Hell. When he killed the King of Hell, he revealed it because he was like a judge and like the Book of Life and Death, a trash that could not be used. Who would have thought that it would actually work? This. If the 18th level of Hell is exposed by me, then wouldn't the underworld be in chaos? It bah! Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed like a madman. When he thought of that man with golden light, he ruthlessly said disdainfully, "You were the one who stopped me, now it's all good." The 18th level of Hell Pagoda was in a damaged state, so Long Fei was unable to check its properties. The moment he flew out, it directly fell onto the body of the ancient giant demon. At this time, a beam of death light fell down, covering the ancient giant demon. Suddenly, it was as if the ancient giant demons had come back to life. He abruptly stood up. Long Fei was so scared that he almost peed on himself. The dramatic scene took place. The ancient giant demon suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Long Fei, respectfully calling out, "Master." Just 2 words. Long Fei was dumbfounded. With his Adam's apple rolling about, Long Fei carefully asked, "What did you call me?" The ancient giant demon was still incomparably respectful as he said, "Master. I. Wow 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 wow. Ha ha ha." Long Fei's blood was boiling, every cell in his body was excited. This was refining an ancient giant demon? Isn't this way 2F** king satisfying? Ancient giant demons. A giant owl from 3 million years ago, what kind of existence was that? It was unimaginable. Kneel before him now and call him master. A table of contents, you dare to believe it? Long Fei was still very excited, like a dream. If the ancient giant demons were to bring him to the Chao Tian sect. Ha ha ha! Long Fei began to laugh very shamelessly, very smugly. Chapter 28_8419/2356830. Rumble! Rumble! The heavenly hall of immortals was shocked. Aside from Gu Wuji, 18 Fairy Hall Elders all flew into the Hall of Immortals at the same time. Supreme God was already in Hall of Immortals, his face full of excitement. It appeared. It appeared. The first demon slayer has appeared. Supreme God's face was flushed red, he was indescribably excited. Just a moment ago, a giant demon had fallen. In the South Horizon region. It was the ancient giant demon that woke up 4 days ago. No doubt about it. The fall of the troll was the appearance of the troll slayer. Whoever killed the giant demon would become a demon slayer. Congratulations, Supreme God. Congratulations to Supreme God. The demon slayer that we have been waiting for has finally appeared. The danger in the Tianwu continent has finally turned for the better. That's right. To think that the first demon slayer would be born in the least popular South Horizon region. This is truly unexpected. During this period of time, they had been constantly searching for disciples with exceptional talent in order to find the demon slayer. The God Emperor Academy had sent out all of his messengers. However, not a single envoy entered the South Horizon region, because, of the 5 domains, the South Horizon region was the weakest of the 5. Even if it was the War King's, they would only be the lowest level of existence. How could there be a demon slayer in such a place? The South Horizon region was completely abandoned. However, no one would have thought that the first demon slayer would appear in the South Horizon region, the most trashy place in their eyes. Some of the elders sighed in their heart. Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to the South Horizon region. If I could find the first demon slayer, I would have definitely obtained the Supreme God's reward. At that time, sigh. At this moment, Elder Gu has been gone for 4 days. Could he be the disciple that he has his eyes on? I think it's very possible. As soon as Elder Gu entered the South Horizon region, a giant demon fell. This must have something to do with him. He might even be the disciple he chose. You can't put it like that either. If he goes to the South Horizon region, what does the fall of the giant demon have to do with him? Maybe it was killed by some other disciple? You're right. The South Horizon region hasn't had a single disciple pass the God Emperor Academy's examination for the past 100 years. If they weren't disciples chosen by Elder Gu, who do you think would have been able to become a demon slayer? Vein of ancient First Emperor, 9th level of the divine level, this is not an exaggeration. I think it was a giant demon killed by a disciple that Elder Gu chose. He is definitely a demon slayer. Could it be someone else? Others. Everyone knows in their hearts that in the 5 great regions of Sky Martial Continent, the South Horizon region is the weakest and most useless region. It is already impressive enough for a vein of ancient First Emperor to appear in such a place. Do you think anyone else would be able to become a demon slayer? Exactly. How is that impossible? Don't forget, the South Horizon region is the source of all Long families. You know better than anyone how strong they used to be. Elder E, you said it too. He was once a Long family. What about now? Even the most basic dragon blood activation has rarely reached 90 point. All these years, there have been a lot of things about the Long family, and they have become weaker and weaker, becoming a second-rate family in the mortal world. Listen carefully, they are all second-rate families. The speaker's eyes were filled with contempt, looking down on Long family. The Long family of the past was indeed glorious. But that was in the past. How many people in the current Long family still remembered it? Forgotten. Elder Yi's expression also darkened. At this moment, the Supreme God coughed lightly and said, I did not gather you here to quarrel. I wanted to hear what you have to say about the appearance of the Demon Slayer and what arrangements you have to make. As for who is the Demon Slayer, I will send someone to investigate. Actually, Supreme God's heart also tended towards the first type. He also felt that the South Horizon region's Demon Slayer was the disciple Gu Wuji had chosen, Hong Tianjun. Vein of ancient First Emperor were indeed not simple. Supreme God, I suggest that we immediately bring him to the inner courtyard of God Emperor Academy to cultivate. The appearance of the Demon Slayer will definitely arouse the killing spirits of the other giant demons. We must protect him well. I agree. However, isn't the inner courtyard's cultivation in the God Emperor Academy too low? I suggest that he choose a master in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals to cultivate as a true disciple. Only then will he be able to stimulate his greatest potential, and only then will he be able to quickly improve. This is a good suggestion. At this time, Elder E slightly said, I don't agree. Everyone immediately turned to look. The Elder E took a step forward and said, the giant demons have appeared, and the Demon Slayer has also appeared. What we need to do is not to protect them, but to let them experience countless of experiences, and let their minds become stronger, and their cultivation become stronger. He is a devil slayer, not a canary. An elder immediately retorted, Elder E, how come your thoughts are different from ours? That's right, he has already killed a giant demon, but that does not mean that he can kill the other giant demons. He must cultivate, be protected by us, and not reveal himself to the other giant demons. He was killed by a giant demon? Can you afford that? Exactly. The Demon Slayer will definitely protect him and make him stronger. It will require absolute strength to let him out. Isn't that great? Elder E, I really don't know what you are thinking. Don't tell me you want to see a Demon Slayer that finally appeared to die? E became the target of public criticism. He was also constantly arguing, but no one could continue listening. Even the Supreme God was the same. The appearance of the Demon Slayer made them incomparably excited, and allowed them to see a glimmer of hope. The more it was like this, the more they had to protect him. They absolutely could not let him be harmed in the slightest. In the end, The Supreme God coughed lightly and said, Elder Tai, follow me to the South Horizon region. You must protect the demon slayer well, and not let anything happen to it. Tai Hong took a step forward and said with a heavy tone, Disciple obeys, I will not fail my mission. Supreme God said lightly, Go. Tai Hong transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Yi still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the Supreme God. Everyone, let's go back. Right. One demon slayer isn't enough. Everyone, send more people to look for it. Next year, the recruitment for the God Emperor Academy will be expanded. We must find all the demon slayer. All of the elders simultaneously kowtowed. Disciple obeys. And then, the Supreme God turned into a ray of light and disappeared. On Hall of Immortals, the elders mocked Yi. Some people really overestimate themselves. Yeah. You really think you're capable? He must be jealous that Elder Gu found a demon slayer. He hated the fact that he couldn't wait to kill him. Such jealousy is really shameful. 36O search. Half floating / equals. Yi didn't take it to heart, but he still insisted on his opinion. In another place, Long Fei saw that the evil sound sect was empty and thought in his heart, I should be going to the heaven sect. Now it's my turn. Chapter 38_8419/2356831. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.